2,000 people that move through here are headed over the Manhattan Bridge right now. And so what we've seen is a kind of repositioning of police here. There was that large police presence when we touched base not all that long ago, and they've moved out. And so, as I had mentioned earlier, this is downtown Brooklyn. A lot of the action that you talk about that happened in the last couple days, it happened in Fort Greene, just a couple blocks away from here. What we have seen here tonight is kind of a meeting place. We're seeing groups kind of move in and out of here. But to your point, Tom, things have been fairly peaceful.
You know, Zachary, earlier in your first report tonight on the broadcast, you mentioned, you know, we've covered a lot of these stories together, and, you know, you sort of move on, the country moves on. I'd like your honest opinion. Do you think we've learned anything in the last week as a country?
It's a great question, Tom, and I think that it's certainly a question that people of our generation are trying to figure out. Every generation wants to believe that there has been some change, but I still think that it's so too early to say, because racism, it is baked into who we are as a country. And you take that and you add on top of that the fact that we are then taught not to talk about these things. We are taught not to have these difficult conversations. That's the way we do things here. And so what has happened has forced the conversation. What is happening around the country has kept this front and center. And it's interesting to hear and see what's coming out of that. We're seeing officials from around the country really what we're seeing in Minnesota, but it's so early and it's so soon to say what's going to happen. You got to remember that generations and generations, certainly of black folks, but not just black folks, black and brown folks have come together, black, brown, and white folks have come together through the civil rights movement to get us here today. And so what I would say, and what I have always believed, that this is the best that has ever been for people of color in this country, but what we saw in Minnesota is still a reflection of what it is. And I know that we're all optimistic, but only time will tell.
Yeah, there's still a long way to go. And this, what has happened to the Floyd family, what has happened in Minnesota is just getting started, as we know as well. Zachary, we thank you for your reporting, as always. We do want to check back with Victor Oquendo, who's been monitoring developments in Miami. We did see some pockets of violence there earlier tonight. Victor, what can you update us with?
All right, Tom, we are in the heart of downtown Miami. This is where the bulk of the protests have been. You can see that there's still some officers in full gear here behind me, but a curfew is in effect countywide. It went in at 9 p.m. and police have been making it clear that if you're out, that curfew will be enforced. So you can see that's the American Airlines Arena behind me. Just a couple blocks away is Bayside Marketplace. That is a popular tourist destination. It's waterfront, retail shops, restaurants. That's where some of the looting took place yesterday. But tonight, a different story here. I want to take you over to the CVS, and we're going to show you video in a second. It was just an incredible scene to watch, where some of these bad actors that we've been hearing so much about, they apparently tried to get inside that CVS. They shattered the front door, and then protesters who were out here peacefully, they actually got in their way. They formed a human chain. I hope you're watching the video now, and you can see them actually stop those bad actors from getting inside and looting the CVS, and they held on for long enough for police to come in. They used some flashbangs, that's what I was told, and that's when the crowd dispersed. That's a story that we like to tell as we look at scenes from across the country and here in South Florida, too. Just north of us in Fort Lauderdale, things were dicey there as well. Police had to use tear gas at one point. We're monitoring that situation. But here in downtown Miami, you can just hear it now. Tom, it's clearly quiet, and tonight this store was saved by protesters out here doing the right thing.
No, Victor, I really appreciate that you highlighted that moment, because that was an incredible thing to witness with everything we've seen over the last 2 or 3 days. It was really, really great to see something like that. Victor, we thank you for your reporting. I want to go back to the nation's capital. Rachel Scott is outside the White House. Rachel, I want you to update our viewers with some of the reporting our White House team has broken tonight about the president, his family, and that bunker there at the White House.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom. We know the president, when the protest did erupt earlier this weekend, the president and the first family were moved into a bunker. And as you can see, protesters are still gathering right behind me, filling this area that we have here. We're about 90 minutes away from the curfew that the mayor has instated here in this area. And so much of the mayor's message in the last few days has been focused on peaceful protesting, stopping those bad actors that Victor was talking about. And I want to introduce you to a woman named Ariana, who has been on a mission to do just that. She is armed with a megaphone here. We were doing an interview just a few moments ago. We saw a fight break out. She got on the megaphone and stopped it. Tell me why you want to make sure that these protests stay peaceful.
The reason why I want to make sure these protests stay peaceful is because whenever the president talks about black people, he calls us thugs, he calls us stupid, he says we have low IQ. Just go through his tweets. Every single tweet he has about black people has something about how stupid we are, about how violent we are, how dirty our cities are. So why would you go and show them that? Black people are too excellent for you to be out here destroying your own community. You're destroying your own community. You do realize that. You're not destroying their Whole Foods. You're destroying our black businesses. So the more you realize that peaceful protest is really the only way to get through, the easier this whole thing will be.
What change do you want to see? Tensions are high right now. You said that you are exhausted as a black woman right now. What change do you want to see?
Honestly, I just want to see better mental health care for police officers, and I also want to see diversifying the police force. This all starts within the police force, because if we feel that you're going to be aggressive towards us, of course, as black people, we're going to be defensive. If you've seen nothing but police violence and brutality, whenever they come around, you're going to get tense. But it does not help when you have police officers that are jumpy, police officers that are scared, that are ill-trained, that are not actually doing their jobs. We need to have better vetting of the police. We need to make sure that this criminal justice system is actually for the people and not for the powerful.
You've been out here for the past 2 days. You are starting to lose your voice, but you want to send a message across. What message do you want to send tonight?
I just want to send the message that unnecessary police force is the reason why we're out here. The reason why we're out here is because we are tired of complaining on social media and you not listening. We're tired of watching people die on videos and nothing happen. We are tired of hearing people say we can't breathe. We're tired of it. We are tired of seeing all these black bodies drop while you steal our black culture. We are tired. We are ready for you to understand us, to see us as people. America has always had a 3/5 rule with black people. You shoot one, you put two in jail, and you keep the other two. We are tired. We are a people who deserve to live normal lives. If you can live peacefully in your white skin, I should be able to live peacefully in my black skin. I am not here to harm you. I want you to go home to your family just like I want to go home to mine. But we cannot do that if we're all being violent against each other. We got brought here through violence, and we're trying to change that.
All right, Ariana, I appreciate your time. As you can see, Tom, tension's very high here for these protesters who are exhausted. They are outraged. And again, they want to send a message directly to the president tonight, Tom.
No, that powerful message has been heard tonight, at least on this broadcast. Rachel, but I do want to say things are much different than they were last night. Last night, the situation was a lot more tense, a lot more dangerous than we're seeing right now.
That's right, Tom. Last night we did see some of the violent clashes. We saw fires erupt in parts of this city. We saw buildings on fire. We see even some of the leftover graffiti from some of the protesters last night. I came out here this morning for Good Morning America right on this street corner, saw some of the traffic signs hanging. We are not seeing that much tension here tonight in Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital. These protests are staying peaceful for the most part. People are chanting. They're getting their message across. But we have not seen the level of violent clashes that we saw last night, and that is exactly what the mayor wants. They also said that they are still concerned about COVID-19. Remember, we have the backdrop of the pandemic against us. They want to make sure that if people are going to gather, they're going to do so peacefully, Tom.
Okay, Rachel, we thank you for your reporting tonight. Please stay safe as well. I do want to go back to Marcus Moore. We have some developing situations there in Minneapolis. Marcus, tell us what you saw recently.
Well, Tom, we have moved from that location where we were at I-35 and Washington Avenue here in Minneapolis as police were beginning to move the crowd out. We have some video I want to show you of them using the flashbangs to disperse the crowd that had gathered there at that intersection. Hundreds of people, they went scrambling after that, and you can hear the sound there, and you hear the commotion of the scores of young people of all walks of life scrambling from that location where they were. A number of people had gotten down on the interstate where police had set up a perimeter to block the scene of where that truck, a semi-truck, drove through the crowd that had gathered there along the interstate during a demonstration earlier in the day. And so, Tom, that's what we witnessed just a few moments ago, and we came to this location. It's a little quieter so we could feed that video to you. As I speak to you now, a large number of people, demonstrators with signs and chanting, they're making their way through downtown Minneapolis as I speak to you now, Tom. It's going to be it appears that it will be a very long night, but police very quickly enforcing that curfew that started at 8 o'clock local time.
All right, Marcus Moore for us tonight. Marcus, thank you. Finally tonight, as we wrap up this challenging weekend, we wanted to recognize in the face of so much uncertainty, the Americans trying their best to plot a path forward together.
From destruction.
Thank you for being here.
To discussion.
Don't think for a second that he represents who these cops are from all over the county and around this nation.
An important reminder tonight, the few don't represent the many.
I took my helmet off and laid the batons down. Yeah. I want to make this a parade, not a protest.
In Flint, Michigan, a sheriff committed to keeping the peace.
You tell us what you need to do.
Scenes like this playing out across the country. Police in New Jersey standing side by side with demonstrators. Some communities banding together after a weekend of pain and violence.
People were here before I was here, in here sweeping and cleaning.
In Los Angeles, Seattle, Dallas, Minneapolis, Americans, young and old, across the country, pitching in to clean up together. And at the Minneapolis corner George Floyd lost his life 6 days ago, rays of light today, shining on a circle of strangers, united, together, hoping brighter days lie ahead.
And we all do hope for that. Please stay with ABC News Live. We are going to go listen to our affiliate in Minneapolis, KSTP, tonight. We thank you for watching us.
Minutes into curfew, that something's going to happen here in the next few minutes. Back to you.
Yeah, we see that, and Ken, we'll check right back in with you in a moment. Let's go out to Eric Chaloux. He's got some things he wants us to hear right now. Eric, you're there on the ground not far from the site of what happened this afternoon when a tanker truck drove towards a crowd.
Yeah, Paul, we were on the bridge when this took place. It was on the other side of the bridge, on the northbound side of 35W. You're looking live. We're still out here. There are members of the Minnesota National Guard that have the bridge blocked off. You also have some troopers at the on-ramp there. Now that the curfew is in place, they cleared the bridge earlier this afternoon, but it was quite a moment here when that truck came onto the bridge, as you've seen the video, and it's on our website as well, playing if you haven't seen it. But I just remember all of those folks who were running, trying to find any way they could to get off the bridge. We talked to some folks that were out here that were very close to that semi-truck when it came on. I want you to take a listen to one of the men we talked to.
Just start running through people, literally. Just start running through people. Everybody's trampled over. It was a peaceful protest. And then, so, I don't know what's going on, man.
How close were you?
We was all right there. Everybody was there. Everybody seen it. We're all on the bridge. It cleared the bridge. It tried to drive down the middle of the bridge.
We're all within 30 feet.
Both sides of the bridge is taken up. They tried to drive down the middle of at least 10,000 people.
And this was peaceful. We've been with you guys all day.
Man, I don't know what's going on, but I just don't want nobody to change the narrative of saying that it was anything else than peaceful going on here.
And we're on at the top of a parking ramp here next to the bridge. And behind my photographer that I've been working with, he's done a great job, Jim O'Connell, today, spray painted on the top of the parking ramp, it says, "We were peaceful." Then that truck, for some unknown reason, came onto the bridge. As we've mentioned, that truck driver is in police custody. The state police are investigating this along with local authorities here in Minneapolis, trying to understand just why that truck driver came onto the bridge. It was not hard to see so many people up ahead. Both ends of the bridge were just filled with people that had been marching peacefully, starting at U.S. Bank Stadium before 4 o'clock this afternoon, making their way through downtown Minneapolis, going over to University Avenue before they came onto that 35W bridge. That semi-truck I don't see out here anymore, but one sight that I do remember as we were trying to get off the bridge as police were working their way towards us, trying to get the protesters off, were all of the signs that people had with them, those George Floyd signs that were trampled and footprints on as people just dropped everything they had. There were bicycles on the bridge as well. People just running as fast as they could just to get away. We talked to a lot of other folks that were out on the bridge very close to that truck that came on. We're going to work on getting some more of those interviews back so you can take a listen and hear from those people that were right there when that truck came onto the bridge a little bit before 6 o'clock this evening. Again, behind me, you can see there's members of the Minnesota National Guard. There's state troopers at the top of the bridge. Probably within the last 35 minutes when the curfew started, they did deploy some chemical irritants just to get the crowd back, just to get people to leave, and they appear to have, from where we can see atop this ramp, looking down into Minneapolis off of the 35W bridge. We'll follow any developments if they take place here. If we see any people that are out breaking curfew, if they do make any arrests. Should point out we did see a few people that were taken away in handcuffs shortly after 8 o'clock that were still out on the bridge in violation of curfew. But as I mentioned, we'll get you some more interviews from people that were just running, trying to get away from that truck, coming up real quick. For now, live in Minneapolis, Eric Shalou, 5 Eyewitness News.
Eric, thank you. I do want to point this out. Minneapolis police just put out a message on Twitter saying there is a large group of peaceful protesters on Washington Avenue at 35W. Traffic is blocked in both directions. Individuals within this group have been observed diffusing others who are showing aggression or anger. So that is an interesting tweet coming from Minneapolis police, that there are some peaceful protesters. They're characterizing them as peaceful protesters, despite the fact that we've heard, all week from our state leaders saying that if you are out after curfew, you're not considered a peaceful protester.
Jackie, a couple quick points there. It's really interesting that how MPD is using social media.
Yes.
And because they know these folks on the street down there are watching, and we've seen earlier today on the bridge when that truck driver was pulled out, there were as many protesters keeping him safe as well as they could. And then here, they're acknowledging that this is a peaceful protest. And let's go up to Ken now. What's the latest you're seeing right at this intersection, Ken? Ken?
Yes, I'm back with you.
Go ahead, Ken. If you're breaking up just a little bit there. So, Ken, when you can talk, let us know. We're going to keep trying to listen to you, but we'll stay over this. So, yeah, Kevin, I think you're right. We see some movement from the crowd right now.
They're probably have been told it's going to happen soon if they do not leave. But I think the point I was trying to make earlier is that they are acknowledging people's right to demonstrate peacefully, but now they're breaking the law. It's after the curfew. And let's go to Ken now. Ken?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So we see some people moving. Are they clearing the intersection?
Yes, I've seen police go in and co-mingle with the remaining protesters that are in defiance of they're backed up by State Patrol. There's another line of National Guard and police on the other end of the bridge, and also guarding the service road and the access area along the bridge. There was also National Guard troops that were marching on 35W towards that same area. These were the soldiers that were statically deployed on the 35W bridge north, right next to where the tanker was. They have been on the move now for the last few minutes. well, in 40 minutes past the start of the curfew, well into it. As we have noticed in the past, about 30 minutes is what they gave them before they commenced with arrest. Now, it looks like something is happening here now because the group that resisted to leave are now running. They're fleeing the area. There's a line of police and National Guard backed by State Patrol and Minneapolis police behind them with vehicles. They're all trying to flee the area.
Yeah, Ken, I think you're right as we look at this. And you painted a picture of the Guard. They continue to move in towards this group. We see more and more Guard beginning to get around them. And Kevin, you kind of mentioned that too as we went through even things we saw last night. All of a sudden you look up and there are more Guard members. There are more troops.
And what's interesting here is that they're giving them an out. They're directing the demonstrators where to go. And now, of course, the police officers are going around the corner, and the protesters are running away. I believe that's toward U.S. Bank Stadium.
It's interesting that we haven't seen any of the tear gas deployed or any of the tactics that they've used, last night. It seems these people are moving out without that. Yeah,
I think people know that this tear gas is not a pleasant thing, and I think Minneapolis PD has sent out the warning with this tweet. There are people that they're trying to diffuse it. I think there's some patience being used, and at some point patience will give out because 8:52 is when we're going to lose our sunlight. So we have less than 10 minutes left, and once the sun sets, it's dark, and officers are not going to be dealing with these kinds of things. Okay, here goes the gas right here. Guys, you see it coming out.
And this is as we get another warning coming out from Minneapolis police saying curfew went into effect at 8 p.m. Emergency alert was sent to cell phones at 7:45. Law enforcement is now approaching crowds to enforce this curfew. Please go home.
Yeah, so there you see it.
Yeah, so it looks like 2 volleys there so far. So the people ran across the street into the parking lot. Now they're running back. Police have both ends of that street sealed off. There's really nowhere for them to go. There's the third canister of gas. And I'm just curious where they would be. Maybe they're corralling them to make arrests. But the situation as we're looking at it right now is not a case where law enforcement is outnumbered. They far outnumbered the demonstrators that have left behind, that refused to leave, that refused to obey the curfew order. And now they find themselves backed up with really nowhere to go.
We watched those law enforcement, all in black, continue to move closer, And so this is what we see.
There's some more what appears to be tear gas being deployed.
And you're right, Kevin. I do wonder if they will face arrest, if they're being corralled to face arrest.
Well, they're breaking the law.
We just don't know. Yeah.
And
the governor said this isn't going to happen.
And Kevin, you referenced it before. We don't know the plan. We don't know the strategy, but we can, watch it unfold. And this is interesting. We didn't necessarily see this strategy last night.
I think the crowd was bigger last night, and then the crowd just dispersed. So I think it would much harder to kind of corral the group like that.
I think the crowd was angrier last night as well. Direct confrontation. Where here we haven't so much seen that, other than it's the authorities positioning themselves, and as you can see, they're in the parking lot of Bobby and Steve's. Ken, it appears they have them cornered there.
Yeah, I didn't want to give away their strategy on the air, but this is what's called a classic pincer move. What police did is they blocked off the roads, all access, and then deployed gas and pushed them in the direction they wanted. You noticed earlier on where police were running around the building to try to block off where a possible escape route was. They pushed them into this area where they're surrounded by buildings. The only way out now is street side, and you look at everybody that's in the street right now is in uniform. So they're going to move in and surround them, and that's when the arrest will begin. Back to you.
Okay.
Okay, there you have it on the strategy.
Yeah, we see what's happening right there. And most likely those folks are going to be rounded up, and officers are going to have a stern talk with them, and perhaps they may have to take a visit to the jail or face an arrest or something like that.
And one question I'd like to ask even of our producers as we watch what's going on here in Minneapolis is, I'm not aware of any big hot spots in South Minneapolis around either the 3rd or the 5th precinct in St. Paul's Midway neighborhood. The authorities have the Capitol sealed off right now. So if anybody knows of anything, please, I'd love to learn about it so we could pass it along to our viewers. But for right now, it appears that the 6th... Okay, yeah, so this is, I'm being told, this is really the only spot we know of anything going on. And police certainly have the upper hand here. And as Ken just mentioned to us moments ago, the anticipation is that they will slowly tighten the circle around them. And hopefully arrests will be peaceful. Yeah. They are breaking the law. These folks have been on the move for hours and hours and hours.
And Kevin, as we learned from our control room, that it doesn't appear that anything is happening anywhere else, not over in St. Paul or anywhere. This is a very small group of people compared to what we've seen in previous nights.
And it's that group there that you see, and they're going to make that happen. And it sets that example that they're not going to stand for this because the governor says, I want you home. I want you to be in your house. And so many people are doing that and protecting our city just in that way, which is really helpful.
And we also have to remember the full deployment of the Minnesota National Guard just means sheer numbers.
Yep.
And I believe the number last night was 4,000, probably larger today as more people could leave their civilian jobs and get to the Twin Cities. And I'm sure that the National Guard and police are, as John Jensen, who leads the Minnesota National Guard, said 29 missions tonight that the National Guard is on. Very specific missions in Minneapolis, St. Paul, Eagan, also in Bloomington. We don't know the specifics of that mission. And also the National Guard is in Brooklyn Center assisting the Red Cross in opening shelters for people who find themselves with their homes destroyed because of the looting and rioting in South Minneapolis, or, they're providing space for these people to live while they can get back on their feet and while the authorities can make their neighborhoods safe again.
Yeah, and think of all those people not just displaced, but also don't have access to resources anymore.
Right.
Because the stores around them, the medicine they may need at the local pharmacy, the food at the local grocery store, they can't get it. And so they really need some help right now, and the National Guard is here helping out with that. And think about this, Kevin, too. The National Guard here just last week, they were conducting free COVID tests.
Yeah.
And now this is their mission here in the
各位網友好啊！歡迎又翻到嚟呢個頻道。咁直播已經開始咗㗎啦。喺呢度先講講琴晚最後發生過幾件事，就係琴日已經有差不多20幾個城市喺美國咧發生呢個遊行示威㗎啦。咁樣咧，到而家咧已經有大約6至7名嘅示威者咧係犧牲咗㗎啦。咁今日最重要咧就係呢個國民志願軍咧就會出動㗎啦。而美國總統特朗普咧就發咗聲明咧，就係話，如果今日嘅遊行示威者再出嚟搗亂咧，呢個國民警衛軍咧就會對佢哋進行呢個驅散同埋驅逐嘅。咁至於係發生係點呢？就今晚應該亦係一個好重要嘅一個晚上，希望大家留意啦。
To be making this move right now. Well, there it looks a little lighter there. But important to do this now before darkness falls, because then it may be harder to kind of contain people.
And the camera on Chopper 5, Jackie mentioned the darkness, so the photographer heard her and irised up right away. So it is much darker outside than it appears right now. But this is again, a military operation. The Minnesota National Guard had to be brought in to restore order, at least for now. Order has been restored. Much better last night. Tonight, so far so good. Knock on wood that it's even calmer tonight. But they're doing their jobs to restore order in the Twin Cities tonight.
And it's a smaller group too that we're seeing that is defying the order to be at home by 8 p.m. And there's no doubt about it. You look at the screen here, you see they're surrounded.
And the time is on the side of the authorities. You know, that's what police officers have always told me in any kind of standoff situation, that time is always on our side. And if the lower right of your screen, you see the armored vehicles moving in from the National Guard. And I'm sure the protesters see those and think, okay. But it almost looks like they've sat down in the parking lot of the Bobby and Steve's gas station there. That's a kind of a landmark there right off of 35W. On the other side of 35W would be the West Bank of the University of Minnesota. But they've got them circled up and penned in for sure.
Yeah, they find themselves in a situation that, well, we know how this is probably going to end because you're not going anywhere. We told you to go home, and this is how it ends.
No,
and
look,
officers not deploying tear gas here, not using pepper spray, just surrounding them.
Yeah. And now, look, Jackie, I apologize, but it appears they're handcuffing. See the white tow truck bottom center, just to the right of that. It appears they've got some people down and are handcuffing them now. And now they're going in and they are removing people one by one. So the arrests are slow and controlled. And several officers go in, they take one person out. And so far, I'm just very happy. There's nobody fighting back with anybody. You know, they're being passive right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that they probably knew this could happen if you're going to defy these order, because it's just one of those things that you have to be careful of all the time.
And it's been interesting to watch this strategy play out. You know, we weren't quite sure where it was going as we saw them kind of closing in, and now this ring around the group is pretty clear.
Yeah. I do want to make a quick apology. You heard the phrase "tighten the noose" earlier, and we do apologize for that. They're obviously penning the people in. They're shrinking the circle around them. The demonstrators have sat down in the parking lot, and now as we're watching, they're being taken away, handcuffed, and arrested one by one. Nobody appears to be performing any violent acts or anything. They're just waiting their turn to be arrested. The day is over for these folks here in the parking lot.
And I wonder how many officers and law enforcement are surrounding this group. You know, we have more than 4,000 troops, soldiers from the National Guard that are here. I believe we have 500 state troopers that have converged on our area. And, you know, this is only a portion of what you are seeing when it comes to the law enforcement that's out. They have our bridges protected. They have the Capitol protected. And it's a good bet that they have South Minneapolis, where we have had so many problems, protected as well.
And important to note, too, as we're watching this live, we're getting information from our control room that there are no other incidents in other areas right now.
That is such good
news. This is it.
The news we want to hear. And we haven't had any reports of fires or anything like that. It's such a different scene than what we had earlier Wednesday and Thursday, and when we had fires, just it seemed like everywhere. But it is concerning when you talk about those fires as we look over the scene here in Minneapolis, not far from US Bank Stadium. The name of that convenience store, guys, again, is
Bobby and Steve's, a well-known local chain. And the shot on the left is just a different view from a second helicopter. Little wider, it's not quite as bright, but you can see the flashing emergency lights of the police vehicles. And to give you a bit, you ask how many people are there, and well, it appears to be there's quite a few first responders on scene. That's the outside the Bobby and Steve's mobile station there.
And those of you who may just be joining us, the time right now, 8:56. We're 56 minutes into the 8 o'clock curfew, and we see law enforcement surrounding a much smaller group than we've seen in the past few nights of people who have decided to disobey the curfew, and they've got them completely surrounded. And as Kevin noted, it looks like the strategy here is a few officers go in, take someone out. This is a slow, methodical mission.
If you watch this from the beginning.
好，大家好，最新消息嚇，呢個國民志願軍呢，今日已經出動啦。喺大畫面你哋見到嘅呢，就係一班示威者已經俾佢哋包圍起嚟，咁警察呢，就逐個呢將佢哋拘捕，而呢個示威者呢，係冇作出暫時嘅抵抗。咁其他嘅地方呢，暫時仲未有呢個縱火嘅事情。咁連日嚟呢，今日呢，淨係喺呢個洛杉磯啊，最少都已經有4000名呢個國民志願軍出咗嚟㗎啦。咁其他呢，仲加多咗3000名呢唔同市嘅警察亦出咗去幫手㗎啦。所以睇落去呢，今日應該係一個大拘捕嘅一日。咁至於喺其他城市係有咩新嘅消息，再同大家講啦。
And, you know, they characterize those vehicles, too, as what they believe to be as stolen vehicles. And they're asking anybody in the public, if you notice some cars out there that aren't, you know, they don't have license plates, they want you to call police.
Yeah. Guys, I just checked Twitter, Minneapolis police, just confirming what we're watching. Protesters being arrested, and this is a curfew violation they are being charged with, which is a misdemeanor. I've actually got messages from some viewers. So now let's go back to Ken and get the latest. Ken?
You can see from the picture the ring of National Guard police, uniformed officers have created a ring around the remaining protesters. It appears that their strategy has been to contain them, go in with groups of 4 officers at a time, make single arrests, and then escort them over to transportation that you can see right in your upper left-hand part of the screen. And then they'll march them off. 4 more officers come in, take 4 protesters, cuff them, and take them away. So that's sort of been their operating procedure here ever since the arrest began. Back to you.
Ken, also, Department of Public Safety just reporting through Twitter, a firearm was recovered in this group. So at least one person armed in the group has been arrested. No reports from DPS of anybody being injured or anything like that, but indeed somebody in this group was carrying a firearm.
Ken, you are over the airwaves all the time. You're over the skies here in the Minneapolis Twin Cities area. When was the last time you can recall seeing this type of operation? It's been a while.
I've been flying television news for 25 years. I've only seen this one other time. Not to the extent where it played out for days at a time, but only one other time in 25 years have I seen this particular operation done on live television. Back to you.
It has been enlightening to watch and to see how they have done it. And what's important about this is they've done it peacefully.
The Goldbergs, weeknights at 6 and 6:30 on 45 TV.
Point that we're going to protest this.
And the hour just struck 9 o'clock. We do want to welcome in our viewers on 45 TV. You're watching continuous coverage. We've been on the air for a while now as things have developed. A lot of big developments we've seen play out today.
Yeah, actually a lot of good developments in the form of peace. Let's talk about what's going on right now in Minneapolis, where the remaining members of a large demonstration earlier today, and a crowd estimated at 6,000 people closed off the 35W bridge. But then when officers arrived after a semi drove into the crowd earlier today, the driver was taken into custody, and then officers arrived, sealed off the bridge, and the great majority of the demonstrators on the 35W bridge then left And these are the remnants, the people who refuse to leave, they refuse to obey the curfew. They've been told multiple times that you are breaking the law and you will be arrested. And if you are just joining us on 45 TV, Department of Public Safety says one weapon was recovered from
各位新入嚟嘅網友，你哋好。舊嘅網友睇過我2日嘅直播，應該對美國呢次嘅暴動知道嗰個前因後果㗎啦。但係對新嘅網友呢，我想再補充翻呢，點解今日呢幾日嚟啊，美國會有咁大規模嘅示威同埋遊行呢？主要原因呢，就係因為喺上週嘅星期一，喺一個地方呢，有個黑人再俾4個警察捕捉嘅時候，有一個警察呢喺佢個身上呢，用佢個膝頭呢壓住佢條頸，令到佢呢就昏迷，跟住入院之後呢就死亡嘅。咁當時捕捉佢呢，就因為呢位先生 Justiceforfloyd 呢係使用偽鈔，咁而偽鈔嘅總數呢就係一張20蚊嘅美金。咁有好多人呢就喺當時呢就錄影到片段，就係話呢位先生呢俾警察捉咗之後，雙手呢反鎖喺後邊，然之後壓喺地上。一個警員嘅膝頭哥呢，大髀呢就壓喺佢嘅頸部，其餘仲有2名最少嘅警察呢就壓喺佢背上。喺呢位先生被壓制喺地上嘅時候呢，佢曾經多次呼叫，話佢唞唔到氣，唞唔到氣。但係警察呢冇理會，總數呢喺6分46秒嘅情形下呢，佢就昏迷入院嘅。咁樣呢，好多人睇到嘅時候呢，就覺得呢啲警察呢係過分用武力，而且呢，因為佢係黑人，亦好多人相信呢，佢係因為種族歧視受到呢個待遇。而喺美國呢，種族歧視尤其是喺黑人方面呢，係實在存在喺呢個社會，喺幾百年嚟係冇改變過嘅。與此同時呢，發生嘅地方呢，就係喺美國嘅明尼蘇達尼州個城市呢，就係明尼亞波爾尼斯。咁而家呢，喺美國總數呢，呢幾日嚟最高峰嘅時候，有30幾個城市呢係發生呢個遊行示威嘅。咁今日呢，警方採取嘅行動呢，觀眾應該喺畫面都已經見到㗎啦，就因為呢呢個美國嘅志願後備軍呢，就已經加入咗呢幫警察呢執行呢個法紀㗎啦。而今日採取用嘅方法應該就係人海戰術。以多人呢，就將呢啲示威者嘅群眾呢，一群咁樣包起嚟去捕捉嘅。咁呢個行動已經開始咗㗎啦。目前到而家呢，就示威者係冇乜嘢反抗。至於再深夜一啲美國時間呢，因為美國時間而家仲係31號晚，咁啲示威者嗰個對抗係點樣呢？咁就要再睇多2個鐘先知道啦。
And this extends back a couple of blocks, the police presence, and then once you get 2 blocks down, that's where a lot of the crowd, the bystanders, are waiting to see what happens here.
Alan, just so you know, what we have been watching from Chopper 5, that they are methodically taking people into custody one by one. Can you see from your vantage point where they're taking these demonstrators?
I cannot tell just yet. I believe I see some individuals. Well, I see something on the ground. There's some bikes in the way, so I can't.
喺呢度再補充一下嚇。最初呢4位警察呢係冇受到呢個起訴嘅。咁但係喺群眾嘅壓力之下呢，幾日前呢 就有一名警察咧已經係被起訴，話佢係3級謀殺或者係誤殺嘅。但係呢個宣佈咧之後都冇能夠平息到而家呢班示威者嘅情緒，所以好多人咧依然係湧出街頭咧係作出呢個遊行示威嘅。
In this group that had been penned into the parking lot. And I know this is a very dark shot there, but this is the Bobby and Steve's mobile station, which is a very familiar sight there. And just across 35 from there is the West Bank of the University of Minnesota. Of course, just a few blocks from there is also U.S. Bank Stadium.
We had sunset, 8:52 this evening, so we are under darkness, so it is hard to see what's going on here. But Kevin, you saying that, this is a misdemeanor for these folks, and they wanted to be peaceful protesters, so they did that, and I guess you weigh it out. You want to, for your cause, if you want to do that, and we understand that people right now want to make their voices heard.
And it's important to note that we haven't seen the clash with law enforcement with this group. Yeah. They appear to be, kind of boxed in an area. There doesn't appear to be a confrontation with police. Police aren't using pepper spray or deploying tear gas right now. So, yeah, it seems to be a situation that is under control.
Yeah, it is. Well, I think we want to go now. So from this to the other part of this story that happened earlier. This is Eric Chaloux, and he was there when a driver in a truck headed towards a crowd of people. Eric, quite a scene.
Thousands of people, Paul, marching for George Floyd, a peaceful protest this afternoon. Now, the Department of Public Safety saying law enforcement is investigating why that truck driver, that semi-truck driver, drove onto the bridge before 6 o'clock. We're right here, 35W Bridge. You can see behind me, this has been now a staging area for law enforcement after they cleared the bridge. You can see members of the Minnesota National Guard. There's a lot of, those are sheriff's deputies from neighboring counties that are in to help out in the Twin Cities. We just saw a Metro bus that had some of those special officers inside. But that's where we are now. This is the scene. But earlier, I wanted to show you some video. The camera was rolling as the truck drove onto the bridge. Those protesters had been through downtown Minneapolis since before 4 o'clock. I'm hoping that we do have that video that you can watch to show this truck. Very difficult situation when we were on the bridge. We saw people running towards us. They were trying to get away from that truck. We were on the southbound lanes of 35W Bridge when the truck was trying to go on the northbound side into those protesters. I'm not sure, I'm not hearing if you guys can see that video at this point, but we have put together some new interviews. I'd like you to take a listen to one of the people that was on the bridge.
Gear and advance further and faster and harder, but people were just trying to stop him any way they could. There was people in between trying to disconnect his gasoline tanker, so it was slashing his tires. It was nuts.
Yeah, you're going to hear shortly from another man that was on the bridge at that time when that semi came across. They pulled a girl away from that truck right before it came onto the bridge. As I mentioned, law enforcement now investigating as to why that truck driver came onto the bridge with thousands of protesters here earlier this afternoon. Again, no reports of any serious injuries, which is so very thankful after the amount of people that were on the bridge like we were when that truck came across this afternoon. We're going to get you some more interviews that we got from folks on the bridge, some very emotional ones coming up throughout the evening. But that's the very latest here in Minneapolis. Eric Chaloux, 5 Eyewitness News.
Just an unbelievable scene there. Thank you for your reporting on that, Eric. We want to go to our Kellen Gray now. It's my understanding that you can actually see arrests being made in front of where you're at, Kellen. What are you seeing?
So you had asked me earlier where these individuals were being taken, and we are getting a front row seat to that right now. A bus has pulled up, and we are seeing individuals being, from where they're being laid down on the ground, being brought up and walked over to this bus here with the black windows. I'm going to step out of the way so our photographer Kevin here can give you a better shot of it. They are coming down from Bobby and Steve's. The bus is parked almost right here at the corner of South Washington and 12th. And that is where you can see there is a firm line of police not allowing us to get closer. But we've probably seen 3 or 4 people already being walked over to this bus. Just a few minutes after we gave our last live report, I had also seen some being walked away from us, so towards 35W, to where I assume there must be another vehicle there that they are being brought onto. It's hard to tell, again, because of the way the police officers are lined up with the bikes, to tell how many people are in custody at this point. But again, they are bringing them up onto this bus. Here comes someone right now being brought onto the bus, as we have seen at least, as I mentioned, 3 or 4 other people as well.
You know, Callan, this has really been a slow, methodical process. These officers have this group surrounded, and a few of them will go in, and like you said, they bring them out one at a time into that bus. You get this sense, though, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Callan, that they've got this under control and things are, you know, pretty peaceful with these arrests.
Yes, there's an intense but a calm feeling out here. They are actually, I can see better now, they are bringing people in each direction, people over here and people away from us. But I can tell you that there is a significant, a very large police presence here. And not only that, I can tell you...
各位觀眾好，喺我個大銀幕個大畫面嗰度呢，就係而家係美國洛杉磯嚟嘅。咁今日呢，警方加埋呢個國民志願軍呢，就係開始呢個大拘捕㗎啦。暫時被拘捕嘅示威者呢，仲係相當理性，冇反抗。咁警方呢，就陸續用4個警察就將1個示威者呢帶離人群而去作行拘捕嘅。咁至於其他嘅城市呢，陸續咧都有開始呢個人出街嚟反抗㗎啦。咁就睇下嗰個人數今日係點樣啦。但係政府方面多個城市或者州已經講明今晚呢係零容忍嘅。所有嘅示威者如果喺呢個宵禁令下仲係出街嘅，就會受到呢個拘捕嘅。
They're communicating well. There was a plan, and each has a role, and they're getting it done right here.
Yeah, we heard from Governor Walz. He said they are ready, and it would be a coordinated effort, and we're seeing that cooperation among agencies. I think we're going to go back up to an image from, we're not going to take the chopper image right now, but it's my understanding our reporter Jake Coles is standing by in St. Paul to kind of characterize what he's seeing over there. The last we heard is that things were pretty peaceful. If we can bring up Jay's shot. Jay, what are you seeing over there?
Well, right now, things are completely calm. I'm going to set the scene for you right now, Jackie. Behind me, you can still see the National Guard is here. Got some armored vehicles, and behind them, behind the fence that's been put up the perimeter around the Capitol, St. Paul Police, and over to our left, you see more National Guard as well as some Minnesota State troopers. Let me just recap the day for you. We got here about 11 o'clock this morning. There was a protest and a rally, and then there was a news conference, probably 2,000 to 3,000 people in that area. The whole front part of the Capitol Mall was full. And at that news conference, they had said they had 3 demands. Those demands were that they wanted to make sure that the 3 officers who have not yet been arrested and charged in connection with the George Floyd death were arrested and charged. The second thing they said, they did not want Mike Freeman, the Hennepin County attorney, to prosecute the case. They wanted Governor Walz to put in a special prosecutor. And from my understanding, Attorney General Keith Ellison is now going to be prosecuting the case. So that was the demands. From that point, they held a protest with about, again, 2,000 to 3,000 people, went over to Marion Street, south on Marion to the interstate, west on the interstate to Lexington, back up Lexington to University, and back down here. And it was not until about 6, 7 o'clock it got a little bit tense, where some of the protesters, one might have maybe tried to climb over the fence, or they pushed on the fence, and some of the troopers had to come up and get closer to the fence to reinforce things, but that was about as tense as it got. And then at 8 o'clock, everybody pretty much started to disperse as they were ordered to, and by 8:30, 8:45, pretty much everybody had cleared out, and this is the scene you see here now. And if you have any questions for us about how the day went over here, I'm ready to take them from you.
Jake,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Paul.
No, go ahead.
Jay, I noticed, usually the state capitol, you can see it for miles and miles away. That beautiful building is lit up with spotlights, but it is so dark where you are right now. Part of the strategy?
Yep. I believe it is, Kevin. They haven't told us that, but I believe it is. I noticed that because normally this time of night it is lighted and the dome is beautiful, right? And right now the lights are out, and I got to believe there's a security reason for that. In fact, I noticed even the lights on the upper part of the mall down here below us, you can see down by the street, there are a bunch of white lights lit up on the mall, right? Well, right here in the front, they're all dark, and I'm pretty sure that's for security purposes, but they don't let us in on everything they're doing or why they're doing it for security reasons, Kev.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, you just don't know. Hey, Jay, tell us about, I know you talked to somebody out there today who really had some great things to say about why they were out there.
Yeah, the reason, well, many reasons, but the three biggest reasons are the ones I articulated, that they wanted to make sure that there were arrest and prosecution for the three other officers that were involved in addition to Derek Chauvin. That was the main reason they were here, right? The second reason was to, in their opinion, remove Hennepin County Attorney Mike Freeman because he couldn't be, they thought he was biased and that he wouldn't be fair, right? And then the third thing was the special prosecutor. Those were the main reasons they told us they were here, and they said that if they didn't get those things, that the protests that were happening and the demonstrations that were happening were going to continue to happen. So at least one of those things has happened. We know Attorney General Keith Ellison is now taking over the prosecution. So a lot of it's going to depend in the next few days as to what happens with this case, I think. And if we don't see any movement on the cases, I'm pretty sure you're going to see more protests and demonstrations if they're true to their word out here, which I think they probably are.
So at 9:17, the Capitol quiet this evening. It looks like folks have gone home.
Jay Coles, thank you for your reporting. We want to take you back down to Washington Avenue, where Minneapolis police officers and other agencies are making arrests with the group there. Our Callan Gray has been standing by live watching these arrests take place. She told us they've been kind of going in, taking people out and placing them onto a bus. Callan, are you with us, or are we just looking at Callan's camera right now?
I am with you. I want to stay out of the shot because just a few moments ago, they brought someone directly in front of us. They have another bus that's parked right
大家好，剛才記者同報道咧，最重要一件事就係暫時點解仲有咁多人出嚟示威咧？就係當捕捉呢位黑人Justiceforfloyd嘅時候咧，其他咧總共係有4個警察嘅，而家暫時咧1個警察係已經受到起訴，然而咧仲有3個警察咧係冇被起訴嘅，所以所有出嚟遊行示威嘅人就係要求呢個司法部咧向其他3位警員咧都作出呢個起訴嘅。咁至於而家咧，呢個國家法院咧就睇下呢個起訴咧可唔可以做得到。咁所以嚟緊呢幾日咧就係所有示威者咧去注意嘅事啦。
Callan, this is Kevin. I want you to know that DPS, Department of Public Safety, is telling us about 150 people are being arrested for curfew violations where you are at there at 35W and Washington Avenue after ignoring dispersal orders. Again, 8 o'clock curfew tonight. Earlier, they mentioned that they have recovered one weapon in that crowd. So far, they estimate that crowd that they had cornered in there, and they're arresting one by one at 150 people.
So last night we saw a use of force in a different way. We saw it with some of the tear gas. This is removing people by arresting them. Callan, very interesting to see the difference in the night and the tone of the night as well.
喺呢度咧，我都要呼籲一下大家，呢個頻道作出呢個美國呢個騷亂遊行示威嘅初心就係喺香港咧呢個遊行示威咧已經是達1年啦。中間咧警察咧就受到好多人嘅侮辱。喺冇得比較情形之下咧，好多人唔會知道啊嚇。 喺唔同嘅國家，如果同樣嘅事情發生咧警察啊或者政府係點樣做嘅？所以我想呼籲下大家，可以嘅話將呢個直播呢轉發俾其他朋友睇下，等佢哋能夠可以比較一下而家喺一個咁民主自由嘅國家之下，如果你遊行示威，當地嘅政府或者警察對你係點樣呢？咁樣可以作一個比較，咁就知道香港呢一年嚟警察所做嘅嘢係錯定對啦。至於錯與對，大家可以留言討論。
Some new video that some witnesses were able to capture on their cell phones as that truck came onto the bridge. We're also going to let you hear from a man talking about how they just yanked a girl right up. You're actually looking at some of that video now from earlier this evening. It was right before 6 o'clock. We were with those protesters as they had been going through downtown Minneapolis for a couple of hours this afternoon. Thousands of people in the street. I know we've been reporting upwards of maybe 5,000-6,000 people marching, holding those signs for George Floyd. When that truck just came onto the interstate, we've also told you that law enforcement is now investigating this. The truck driver is in police custody, asking him a lot of questions. The Department of Public Safety is leading this investigation. Those are the state troopers. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is also involved, just trying to understand exactly why that truck came onto the bridge with the protesters. We were walking with those protesters on the bridge. I did not see the truck as it came onto the bridge this afternoon. All I saw was people just running at us, dropping the signs that they had, dropping their bicycles, and just running to get away. Just chaos is the best way to describe it, as that truck, that semi-truck, I did see that explosive sticker on it. Unsure if it was loaded or not, or again, they're still trying to figure out exactly the intention, if there was, of that truck driver, but they are treating it as a criminal matter. That's part of their investigation at this point. We're going to keep checking in with those investigators to try and find more. We just sent back an interview we got with a person very close to it. I'm just trying to check with the control room to see if we might be able to go to that soundbite, if we could at this point. Okay, as I wait to hear back, I want you to take a listen to one of the men who was very close, one of the organizers of this march when that truck came out of the bridge.
Gear and advance further and faster and harder, but people were just trying to stop him any way they could. There was people in between trying to disconnect his gasoline tanker, so it was slashing his tires. It was nuts.
Yeah, that man just trying to get out of the way as that truck came on to the 35W bridge earlier this evening, as thousands of protesters for George Floyd marched through downtown Minneapolis. We're on top of a parking ramp here. Jim, you know, I think if we move over this way a little bit, we could turn the light back on. I think it was just they were trying to circle the vehicles around. On top of the parking ramp where we're located, there is a sign that says that they were here in peace. They came in peace, and then this truck drove onto the bridge. So again, a live look, 35W bridge. Here's these Metro Transit buses, those large accordion style buses. I'm assuming they're going to be used to pick up people that are out violating the curfew at this point. Metro Transit police are leading this for them. But again, that is the latest from 35W bridge, where that truck came on. That police investigation is ongoing. We're going to keep checking and try to get you some new information. But that's the very latest live in Minneapolis. Eric Shalhoub, 5 Eyewitness News.
Okay, Eric, and we did just get some breaking news in from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. The tanker truck driver in custody, they've released his name. It's Bogdan Vichurko, and we'll work to bring you his booking photo. But that
大家好，喺我個畫面上呢，有好多個唔同嘅畫面，有啲地方呢已經係去到夜晚上㗎啦。嗰個就係美國嘅東岸，以紐約市啊、華盛頓啊，已經步入呢個夜晚㗎啦。咁另一邊呢，就仲係白天嘅呢，就係喺美國呢個洛杉磯啊、 睇下先係最主要喺佛羅里達州都有呢個暴動發生嘅，所以有啲喺東岸嘅城市，好似華盛頓啊呢啲紐約啊已經步入夜晚㗎啦。咁至於係白天嘅場面呢，就係美國嘅西岸嚟嘅。
Back down to Washington Avenue where our Callan Gray is. About 150 people corralled there. Law enforcement surrounding them. They're all being taken into custody for a curfew violation. That is a misdemeanor. We've learned from Department of Public Safety one handgun recovered in that crowd. Our Callan Gray describing this scene tonight as intense yet calm. Callan?
So we have a situation unfolding right now where someone tried to drive down into this area. We heard what sounded like some sort of, I don't want to say shot because I don't want to misidentify what happened, but we heard police using some sort of force as this car drove up. The individual inside really turned on the lights inside their car, put their hand up, and that is what you are watching right now. That just unfolded. Last 2 minutes it took for you to take this live picture. So that is what you are seeing right now. It's unclear, obviously, at this point where this individual was going, why they didn't stop. They stopped just feet behind the bus that is holding some of the individuals who were arrested here. As you mentioned earlier, more than 150 people, according to the Department of Public Safety, have been taken into custody at this point or are in that process. And this is the last bus. I mean, this car stopped just before this scene begins. So again, we are unsure what is happening there, but I can tell you in the other direction, there is now a line of individuals being loaded onto the second bus, which is right at the intersection of South Washington and 12th. It appears that they are separating the crowd into men and women being in the back bus and men in this front bus that you are looking at right now. You can see that line of individuals being brought on. As one woman went by, we heard her saying, "This is for America. We are doing this for America." That is the only time we have heard someone. All right, this looks like this might be the person who was in that vehicle that tried driving up here. That is the direction that they are coming from. So I don't believe that this is one of the people that was part of the protest here. I believe this is one of the individual who was in that white vehicle that you just saw. But again, you can see
係網友好，再重複一下今晚將會可能發生嘅事就係美國嘅多個城市呢已經係宵禁㗎啦。喺我網上你見到已經係夜晚嘅地方就係美國東岸，多個城市呢已經進入咗呢個宵禁令入邊㗎啦。咁呢個國民志願軍呢已經出咗嚟呢幫呢個警察。佢哋嘅方法就係以人多呢去一齊呢包圍一群嘅示威者，然之後將示威者呢逐一拘捕嘅。去到目前呢，示威者仲冇任何嘅激烈嘅反抗。
Except for the individual who walked by and said, "This is for America," you know, someone who really was very expressive that there needs to be change in this country. That was the only person who said anything apart from someone who made a comment to our cameras saying, "Do you need me to smile for the camera?" Obviously not related to this incident, more related to being filmed during this process. But really, there was just that one person that's been passionate so far. Everyone seems to be complying, staying calm, doing what the officers are asking them to do. You can see the line here of women being brought onto the bus, and you can see how silent they are. They're just cooperating, and you can also see that every single one of them is with a member of law enforcement, which gives you an idea of the presence here as well.
Okay, Callan Gray on the scene there at Washington as people are booked and go into the jail tonight for a peaceful protest that they did not go home at 8 o'clock. So at 9:30 they are going to take a trip to the jail. So we'll continue to follow that scene. You're watching 5 Eyewitness News on Channel 5 and Channel 45 as we have extended coverage. I'm Paul Folger alongside Jackie Kane and Kevin Dorn. And this has been a day we just certainly did not expect.
Yeah, a lot of developments today. We do want to take you now, though, to the homeless. Our Joe Mason caught up with people who are coming out in our community to help during this dark and emotional time. Here's Joe Mason.
We thank you for such a beautiful, beautiful morning.
A prayer. That's how they started here at Incarnation Catholic Church.
And shine to the world the fire of your love.
This food giveaway, held a handful of times over the last month, took on a new meaning this day.
This is my first day not crying, I would say every 30 minutes, so it's very hard. You have all the meat, babe? Yep.
Taryn Ellis and her daughter were here to help. She grew up in South Minneapolis.
When I think about all of the pain that my community has suffered, I think that there's going to be a rebirth long term.
This is a feast of love, of peace, and of courage.
Father Kevin McDonough prayed for peace in his neighborhood Saturday night.
Bendición familia.
And those prayers were answered.
Neighbors were greeting one another with a sigh of relief. I think most of us had a good night's sleep.
Events like this bring people together, and that's what they want here, a spirit of confidence, not fear.
Don't be afraid. I would say to all our neighbors, come back into the city, come to the communities. When we can open our doors for worship, come pray with us. Shop at the local businesses, eat at the restaurants when they open. We're here. We ain't going anywhere.
Remember, Taryn grew up here. She hopes more friendships will now be formed, a change in the way people treat each other.
Really focusing on the message that we're trying to get out, not necessarily the damage that is being done.
One church on one block, doing its part to help South Minneapolis rise from the ashes.
It is so
Joe
important.
Mason reporting there.
Yeah, to lean on each other.
Yep, that's. We just got a statement in from the trucking company whose semi was involved in that, close call, should we call it, on 35W with all the demonstrators. And if we could go, first of all, let's show you the driver who has just been booked and identify him. And then I'll read the statement. This man is Bogdan Vechurko, and he was driving the truck that drove into the crowd this afternoon. And he works for a Keenan Advantage Group. They're a nationwide freight hauler. They also haul gasoline and things like that. And the statement from the company, based in Canton, Ohio, says, "Our hearts go out to all those who are grieving the events of this past week. We have been informed of an incident involving one of our independent contractors in Minneapolis." So Bogdan Vechurko is an independent contractor working for Keenan Advantage Group, the trucking company. Our first and foremost concern is for the safety and security of the public, our employees, and our customers. We will be cooperating fully with the investigation in the days ahead. It would be inappropriate to comment at this time until we have additional facts, as the investigation is in its early stages. And here is the horrifying instance that we were all watching this afternoon of the truck driving up onto the bridge, a crowd estimated at about 6,000 by DPS Commissioner John Harrington. People were throwing bicycles, trying to get the truck to stop. Amazingly, a few people had minor injuries. You could tell by that booking photo that Bogdan Vechurko had some injuries to his face. He was taken to the hospital, but then released into custody. We're not aware of anyone else with any serious injuries. But again, that's the update from the trucking company, Keenan Advantage Group, that Vechurko was an independent contractor working for them.
It was just so shocking to see that video. Yeah, we were live on the air as this happened around 5:45, and we were just watching the people peacefully demonstrate on the 35W bridge when we saw just what we showed you, that parting of the people and that truck going towards that group of people.
And it was just I remember you and I kind of grabbed our chests.
Everyone gasped.
As we were watching it, it was so dangerous.
One other important point, John Harrington, the DPS commissioner, did say they went back and looked at traffic management cameras, and there's no evidence that Vechurko drove around any barriers or had any intent. They believe he was simply on 35W, but when he turns that corner and sees the protesters, there's a lot of questions to be answered there about what his thinking was.
Because the roads at 5 o'clock were actually closed down, all of our highways. So There are just so many things we just don't know.
Right, and we don't know what charges he's facing. We'll work to learn that information, and we will get back to our Callan Gray in just a moment, but I want to update you on some information that St. Paul Police just put out. St. Paul police officers assisting with the arrest of a small group of people at the state capitol for curfew violations. So apparently there is still a small group. We haven't seen them in the shots that we've taken from St. Paul tonight, but apparently there is a small group of people at the Capitol being arrested for curfew violations, which we have learned is a misdemeanor.
Yeah, Jay Coles is over there. He was on one side and Callan was actually on the other side, so perhaps they were over there as Callan went over to Washington Street. So more to come on that as well.
Hennepin County Sheriff Hutchinson has just released a statement a few moments ago, and I'm just going to read a few of the highlights if I could. He says, "This has been one of the most challenging weeks in our community's history. We know that most of you are feeling emotionally drained."
好，補充下最新消息。喺多個城市咧已經進入咗呢個戒嚴㗎啦，但係依然咧有部分人咧暴徒出咗嚟咧進行呢個搶劫。咁警察咧已經喺多個城市咧開始呢個大規模嘅捕捉㗎啦。因為如果仲有人喺呢個戒嚴之下出嚟咧，已經係違反咗法律㗎啦，所以今晚咧應該會有好多人咧受到呢個拘捕嘅。
Now, we do want to go back to Callan Gray as that group of about 150 people being taken into custody near Washington Avenue. Callan?
Well, they are moving much more quickly now. You can see the line of women that are getting on here. There are probably, well, more than a dozen women now who are on board this bus. We, again, have only really heard from one of them who, as she got on, said, "This is for America." Otherwise, it has been calm, peaceful. We have even heard some of the women having conversations with the law enforcement officers that they are with. So they clearly understand what is happening. Law enforcement have taken this calm approach to this, very different than what we have seen at other times where things have really escalated and there has been use of that chemical irritant. Here today, we haven't even seen law enforcement wearing gas masks, which gives you an idea of where they are at in terms of their strategy here. We have seen individuals being loaded onto smaller vehicles as well. So they are using multiple vehicles for these about 150 people that did violate the curfew. That is what they are being taken into custody. You can see one woman is actually laughing right now in this process, which gives you an idea of the mood here. You know, obviously there are many people who are upset that they are in this situation, but it is calm here, it is peaceful here, and law enforcement are making sure that no one comes down here because right down the next block there is somewhat of a crowd. We've heard some fireworks go off here and there, but down on this end where you would expect it to be more tense, things are moving smoothly at this point.
Callan Gray on the scene here as the only arrest that we have seen this evening, and it's been several people, more than 100, that were peacefully protesting up until 8 o'clock, and then they were considered not peacefully protesting. So that's just going to add to the number of arrests that we have had over the past 24, 48 hours. We were hearing from Commissioner John Harrington today in a news conference. He told us 143 arrests. This was of about 6 o'clock today, so these folks are going to be added to that number that you see there, but 143 arrests. And one of the things that he told us, Jackie, about is something that they have found, and this is the reason why they want people off the streets. The streets are dangerous right now, and here's the reason. They have discovered that there is a group of people in our area causing this ruckus that we have seen for the past several days, lighting these fires, doing all kinds of crazy things, breaking into our businesses and destroying things. These are some of those people, they believe. And these people are riding around our area in cars with no license plates. We believe that they believe these cars are stolen. They are filled with things that light fires, different kinds of gasoline, rocks. And this is what they are up against. And yes, and we are making sure that as they tell us about this, that these are just people that they're interested in talking to about some of these things. And so, but they've observed that these people are in our area and driving around in vehicles that have no tags. As a matter of fact, we've gotten several emails that people saw these folks driving around in their neighborhoods, but some of the cars that they found abandoned, they found them to be stolen and to have things in them that can light fires. Some of the other things that they found in this area, they found boxes full of things that light fires, gasoline, that type of stuff, in and nearby some places that have been hot spots that we have had.
And I do want to point out that we don't know that these people that you're seeing being taken into custody right now are involved in any of that activity.
Oh, yes, these people not
being
at all.
arrested right now for a curfew violation, which is a misdemeanor, but that information that you were characterizing, Paul, something that they have noticed in the cities throughout the days.
It has been an observation of things that they think and they don't know, they just want to talk to
大家好，喺度再補充一下，點解呢次呢個騷亂呢，同埋遊行示威會變得咁激烈呢？其中有一個因素呢，亦好多人相信呢，因為喺呢個疫情之下，喺美國嘅數字，黑人過身或者染病率係遠遠高於白人嘅。咁呢個係因為人種膚色嘅問題，但係最主要咧就係因為咧膚色深嘅人咧，佢個維他命 D 係比白人少嘅，所以咧佢哋中病嘅機會係變咗大咗。但係喺好多人群眾嚟睇係覺得一個唔公平，同埋加上咧呢個疫情喺美國已經發生咗咁多幾個月啦。中病嘅人數亦增加陸續，死亡人數亦陸續增加，所以好多人對政府咧係一個相當之不滿，所以呢次應該係一個火上加油嘅後遺症嚟嘅。
But no activity. It was calm there. They had things under control. And DPS also sent a message out over Twitter that said Minnesotans have been a valuable source of information as the state responds to criminal activity across the Twin Cities. Okay. And we encourage you to continue to be vigilant and provide information. And they're asking for things like if you see active criminal activity, curfew violators, vehicles without license plates that we've been talking about, to call 911. But then they break it out even more with information to call the FBI or BCA. If you have tips about George Floyd's murder, if you have tips about people amassing fireworks, if you see people with liquor bottles or other tools used to start fires, if you become aware of planned criminal attacks, and if you come across something on social media, they want to know about it, but they want you to contact the FBI or the BCA. We'll have that information at kstp.com, and you can also see it on the DPS Twitter feed. But the community are the eyes and the ears of law enforcement. And of course, Paul, you mentioned it earlier, Bloomington Police earlier, John Harrington, the DPS commissioner, mentioning a stolen vehicle without plates, pulled over, and the first thing the driver did is poured gas on the car and tried to start it on fire.
And he didn't release that person's name or anything, but yeah, these are some of the odd things that they have been seeing in our area. And a reminder that they also said, don't try to approach these folks, just call 911.
Certainly.
Be safe tonight.
And another big development today, we've learned that Keith Ellison has been given the case. Governor Tim Walz came out today and said that he believes Attorney General Keith Ellison is the person who understands the systemic issues that hold us back, and he will be the right person to pursue justice for George Floyd. So he's been given the case tonight, and he did acknowledge that he will be working with County Attorney Mike Freeman, but we have some sound from Keith Ellison from that news conference. Let's listen to that.
We are going to bring to bear all the resources necessary to achieve justice in this case. And that means that we won't leave any resources on the sideline as we pursue justice. I've had an excellent conversation with Mr. Freeman, and we will be working together. This case is unusual because of the way that Mr. Floyd was killed and who did it at the hands of the defendant, who was a Minneapolis police officer. but it is not unusual in the sense that the Attorney General's office handles criminal cases and works with counties all the time. This is not something that we're not used to. We have a criminal division of highly competent prosecutors that I have tremendous confidence in, and we have talked. We believe we have the capability, and we'll work with our counterparts in Hennepin County to make sure that justice is achieved.
You know, he also mentioned in that news conference that he hears the cries that so many people have made to see the other 3 officers involved be held accountable. He said he hears those cries, but he's literally getting this case tonight, and there will be more to come on that.
One quick note on that about what could happen next. Former federal prosecutor Steve Slisher has been with us throughout, and he believes that Officer Chauvin's, former officer Derek Chauvin's, first court appearance could take place tomorrow by midday because just the timing of he told us that on Friday, and so we'll have to see what happens with that tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be watching that for sure. Of course, Governor Walz saying he has full confidence in Keith Ellison in this. We're going to hear from the governor about 10:30 this evening, but we want to go back over to our state capitol over in St. Paul, where we have the guard that is surrounded by there. Jay Coles is there as well. Jay, we heard of an arrest in that area.
各位網友好啊！我知道有啲新嘅網友入咗嚟。喺呢度呢，我要重複多一次呢。各位點解會睇到啊？而家美國有呢個遊行示威騷亂嘅事情，最主要嘅原因呢，就係上個星期一呢，喺個拘捕行動之中，有位黑人先生叫 Justiceforfloyd， 俾4名警察截停，因為佢使用偽鈔。佢被雙手反上呢個手扣之後呢，俾警察擁喺地上。後期呢，就有一位警察呢，用佢個腿部壓喺呢位 Justiceforfloyd 先生嘅頸部。咁歷時呢係4分46秒嘅。喺呢4分46秒鐘呢，呢位 Justiceforfloyd 先生呢曾經高聲呼叫過呢，佢係唞唔到氣，唞唔到氣。但在場嘅人群影到落嚟嘅片段呢，就睇到除咗呢位警員呢壓喺佢個頸部之外呢，仲有2位警員呢係壓喺佢背上嘅。咁後來呢，呢位 Justiceforfloyd 先生呢就暈倒，送院後呢就不治。咁好多人呢認為呢呢個做法呢，警察係用咗過分嘅武力。而加上呢，因為4位都係白人嘅警察，而呢位係黑人，好多人呢認為呢個係種族歧視嘅問題。咁樣後期呢，就呢4位警員呢，最初係冇被起訴嘅，但係因為呢個騷亂開始之後呢，壓喺佢頸部嘅警察呢已經受到起訴，控告係3級謀殺同埋一係呢就係誤殺嘅。但係呢個報道呢，決定呢已經太遲啦。好多美國嘅人呢已經覺得咧政府呢個做法呢係唔公平，所以而家目前到而家呢個遊行示威仲係繼續舉行呢，就係因為大多數嘅人呢係要求其他3個警察呢都係受到起訴嘅。咁美國呢個聯邦法院呢，或者司法部呢已經開始呢調查緊，睇下可唔可以起訴其他3位警員嘅。咁呢個就係呢個事件嘅起因。咁另外一件事呢，就喺呢度呢，我哋都要提嘅。我哋本台直播呢個美國呢個遊行示威呢，最主要嘅初心就係想俾多啲中國人啊或者華人啊睇到，就係因為香港呢個遊行示威呢已經差不多1年時間㗎啦。香港警察呢經常被人抹黑，就使到呢就警察呢無法能夠講出公道嘅説話。希望藉過呢個直播呢，就多啲人能夠睇得到啊嚇！如果喺遊行示威之下，喺唔同嘅國家，尤其是美國，自稱為一個好民主自由嘅國家，佢哋嘅警察又應該會點樣做呢？咁樣呢，就可以對比下，睇下我哋香港嘅警察啦，呢1年嚟個辛苦係點樣。所以希望各位網友可以的話，將呢個直播呢就轉播出去俾其他朋友睇下， 等佢哋即時睇到啊！而家今日美國究竟係發生緊咩事？多謝大家。
I want to talk to Stephen. Stephen, tell me your last name again.
Pelosi.
Stephen, you are out here. You live up above. When did you realize things were starting to take a turn?
I was actually spending the day at the beach, and I saw a helicopter circling, and then I basically realized that they were, probably like right above the apartment building. I rushed home. There were already crowds of people, so it was impossible to enter through here. I actually entered through the back alley, and I saw the commotion outside. I saw Bill down here. It was a really scary scene. I started hearing the looting. They were breaking glass. They broke this glass, and then we basically stood outside all day in front of the building because, they're starting fires. They're looting. They're doing stuff that's like, it's just absolutely crazy. So what I'm afraid of is them starting a fire on something that they think is a retail store, but then meanwhile there's people upstairs, right? So they all thought that this was a store as well. So we basically stood in front and attempted to block any more mischief and entrance.
Bill talked about a good Samaritan, a woman on a bike. Did it appear she might have been a protester?
No. She actually was just taking a bike ride, and she stopped here because she saw the situation. She has a bit more of like a sensitive touch than me. So it was great that she was out here.
And you said she really was the one you think that stopped these protesters, putting herself and the bike between them.
I think so. There was a lot of commotion. There was a lot of people not really thinking about the regard of anyone's well-being. I saw everything. It was a really scary sight.
Obviously, never been through something like that before.
No.
What was going through your mind?
It's at that point, it's essentially survival, right? They were starting fires across the street. They were hurling things, throwing things, and then looting. So just a terrible situation.
And I know you were very fond of Bill here, the jewelry store, keeping an eye out here. You were concerned that if they had gotten in there, what might have happened.
Oh, right. Well, that and also, too, he's out here by himself, I've seen other shop owners taken advantage of, So I think it was good that a number of the residents came down to help him.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Bill saying got a lot of. I see police now lining up here, getting ready for whatever they're going to do, moving in. Bill, how are you feeling tonight? Your stuff is safe in there. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling very, very fortunate that I was spared. A lot of the local businesses that I know, there's a couple of stores that I know that were very badly damaged. They're friends of mine. And Santa Monica is a wonderful community. We have so many wonderful people that live and work in the city. And it's just, it's beyond words what's happened, that really the quality of our life has deteriorated a lot. And I'm just hoping that there can be some order going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You got it. Thank you, Bill. I appreciate it. Nice to meet you. Yeah, so this is just one of them right next door. I see. I'm going to take a walk over here while we're live quick because Stephen was telling me about this. This is Crossroads, which resells clothes and whatnot, and you can see what has happened inside this store. He said that's what they really were after, were any items. They wanted clothes, shoes, and you can see they've completely smashed out the front door of this business here, and you can see all the. They literally grabbed anything they could on these front racks, bringing out as many things. You can see the mess, all the clothes laying on the ground and whatnot here. And he said that the neighbors here saying they really wanted to grab merchandise. As we've seen in so many of these locations, they go after shoes or clothing. Jewelry has been one of the top spots that they try to hit. So a lot of damage here in Santa Monica. We're seeing so many business here damaged. Again, the push continuing to clear out all of those leftover protesters, those leftover crowds that are still roaming here through Santa Monica. Live in Santa Monica, Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Fantastic interviews. Leanne loved both of them, and they said so much. In the meantime, while that interview was going on, these images from Long Beach are live. This is a community Walgreens that has been overrun by looters. Chris Christie has been watching it in Air 7. Chris.
各位好，最新消息。經過各個台記者嘅旁述同埋資訊收到嘅來源，而家呢就警方同埋好多城市或者美國嘅聯邦警察呢，就話喺呢個騷亂行動之中呢，有一班呢係極端嘅人，佢哋係有集體嘅行動， 將大量燃燒嘅物質咧係運到去呢個前線，作出呢個放火嘅行動嘅。同埋有好多人咧係偷唔同嘅車輛，將個車牌攞走咧，就將啲物資咧運到種種唔同嘅地方。咁至於係嗰班正式暴徒搶嘢嘅人呢，佢哋睇落去呢係有多個集體嘅指揮嘅，所以而家呢，美國呢個政府呢，尤其是美國聯邦警察呢，就呼籲所有嘅群眾，如果知道有任何人有咁嘅行動呢，希望佢哋呢係發送呢個資訊俾呢個美國聯邦警察嘅。所以喺畫面呢，大家今晚呢應該會睇到兩件事呢係會陸續發生嘅。第一就係會好多地方呢依然受到呢個暴徒嘅搶。第二就係會見到呢個警察加埋呢個國民自衛軍呢係出發呢幫呢個警察呢將大量嘅示威者包圍，然之後捕捉嘅。目前到而家嚟講呢個氣氛呢依然好緊張，但係喺呢個拘捕嘅情形之下呢，一切呢仲係好有秩序嘅，暫時仲冇咩叫做大規模嘅反抗。好，咁暫時事情就發展到咁樣，再有嘢嘅我再同大家補充。A frightening situation, a violent situation. You're right, we haven't seen that during this, but with haphazard looters out there stealing your merchandise, you wonder if shop owners now are thinking, I'm going to arm myself and I'm going to be prepared for the next time.
There are some small business owners out there who are also black and brown, and they're immigrants, they're people of color. They own their small businesses. They are suffering too. They're in pain too.
They're barely getting by with what they have. Yeah. And to lose their merchandise and to lose their building, it sends the family in a tailspin that could go for generations.
Absolutely. It will be, it's yet to be seen if some of these businesses are unable to reopen, because this is truly the nail in the coffin after a couple of months of lost revenue due to the pandemic.
Could very well be. By the way, we're approaching 8 o'clock here. It's 7:57 right now. I want to give you a couple of programming notes. We are continuing our ongoing coverage of the widespread protests and unrest through Southern California tonight. So we're going to say goodbye to our viewers on KDOC, and on ABC7 we will continue our coverage of the protests. So we're giving you a couple of minutes to figure this out here if you're watching us from KDOC. If you're on ABC7, we're going to continue the coverage there of the protests, and you could watch ABC7 Celebrity Family Feud on Localish Network. That will be channel 7.2. Channel 7.2, our Localish network. And on these channels on your screen, on Cox at 796-1133, Frontier is 467, Google Fiber is 70, Mediacom is 520, and Spectrum is 1246. Of course, if you're watching us from ABC7.com and our ABC7 Los Angeles app, we'll continue on with our coverage, but we know our folks on KDOC TV have been watching us. We really thank you for watching us, and please join us on ABC7 as we continue our coverage. Chris Christie, as we make a transition here, Chris, quickly, I want to throw it back to you to give us an update on what's going on out there.
Well, the police have pulled up on the south side of the shopping plaza, but looters still maintain a presence on the west side, although they're starting to empty out. Just in the last couple seconds, we have a couple of fire trucks that have arrived here, and I'm not sure if they've received a call or if there's a fire here. Let's go ahead and push in there. In fact, let's come around, Mitch, and see if there's something going on in that block, because the fire department is now arriving right next to that little shopping center where we watched all of that looting taking place, and now a fire department response just about 100 or 200 feet away. Not clear what's going on there, but one thing I will say, in fact, additional fire engines coming in here as well. In fact, one of the larger fire department responses I've seen here today. So we'll see. They might be going to a different call. They appear to be going to a different call. And once again, like the other crews They're all being escorted by police officers. So as our fire
係
department
大家好，喺度想同大家分享下一件事嘅。我發覺好多人呢都留言話美國人反抗或者終於美國人能夠嘗試到香港1年內所發生嘅事。喺呢度我想講呢，就係其實全世界每一個國家內部都有佢自己嘅問題嘅。而中國呢幾十年嘅發展呢，將內部嘅事情呢都算叫做管理得幾好㗎啦。本頻道呢做呢個直播，我哋唔係想恥笑美國，亦唔係幸災樂禍。喺個社會發生咁嘅事，無論你住喺邊個地區、邊個國家或邊個城市，我諗冇一個人想喺自己城市入邊呢有咁嘅事情發生嘅。所以一方面社會嘅不公呢，遲早係會浮出嚟嘅。而且每個國家我哋中國人説話就係民怨就必反。呢一次美國呢個騷亂就反映咗呢，喺美國本身佢其實都有好多民怨，所以先令到今次呢個騷亂爆發得咁激烈嘅。咁正如我先頭所講，就係希望大家能夠呢將呢個直播呢發放多啲俾朋友睇下，等佢能夠呢分別一下喺唔同嘅地方或者唔同嘅國家，如果遇到好似香港咁樣一年嘅騷亂嘅情形之下，個政府係會點做呢？警察遇到嘅問題係咩呢？我哋呢度係指責人哋嘅行為，而我哋唔會恥笑人哋所發生嘅事故。出嚟遊行示威，道理上係冇錯嘅，但係當你做咗暴徒之後，呢個行為就係對社會不公。所以呢一點我係想作翻個補充嘅。如果認為本台能夠俾到你一個好嘅信息嘅，請大家幫忙留言、點讚同埋分享出去，同埋訂閱下本頻道。將來會有更多嘅直播出嚟嘅。咁個方式呢都係以同樣嘅方法製作，就係以多畫面將一件事情呢用多個角度呢同大家分享，同埋作出一啲正道啲嘅旁述。多謝大家。
What businesses can be targeted, what windows can be broken, and how much stuff people can take. But what was kind of, we saw a moment ago, several people coming out of a with boxes of merchandise. And then when they saw authorities kind of pull up, they all kind of dropped them down very carefully, and then they tried to walk away nonchalantly. But I haven't seen a lot of police arresting or taking anyone in custody who they've been catching looting.
No, but the order has gone out. Or request, I suppose, from the Santa Monica police, at least there, to the LAPD, because LAPD has gone into Santa Monica on a mutual aid sort of assistance, that go ahead, start arresting people. They're asking for that assistance in Santa Monica. I don't know if a similar discussion is taking place right now in the city of Long Beach. We're not seeing it. We are seeing, in fact, instead, police officers going and doing what they can to secure buildings, scaring the looters away, moving them on. But moving them on just means they're moving to another place to loot. And that is kind of what we've been seeing and what Chris Christie has been seeing as he goes from one place to the next.
Yeah, and
go ahead and punch that in. 2388 Long Beach Boulevard. Reports of looting, JJ?
All right, we'll kill his mic for right now. He's heading to a different location. Leanne Suter is live for us now. Leanne, where are you?
Mark and Colleen, I'm in Santa Monica. We are on 4th Street, right near Santa Monica Boulevard. I'm showing you some of the damage. Both sides of the street hit hard. This is the Pottery Barn. You can see what I'm talking about. They smashed through the windows here, ran inside there, grabbing whatever they can inside the business here in Pottery Barn. The door remains open. Across the street are workers already trying to board up all the damage. Out front here, I want to show you, look at this. There's pillows. They've got boxes of everything out here. Anybody that, anything they could grab, they did. And you can see the workers across the street. They are boarding up all of the smashed doors, all of the smashed windows on the businesses across the way. But the store that really got hit hard is down in this direction. I'll have Bill walk down here. You can see it. This REI, we were talking to one of the witnesses, one of the neighbors just down the street, and they said that they literally just filled the store, grabbing anything they could. At one point he said he saw some of the thieves going in with the backpacks, filling the backpacks with anything they could grab inside the store, and then running out. And it smells like there might have been a fire. I see it's really smoky in there, so I'm not sure if at some point somebody attempted to set a fire inside, but this store has been destroyed. Well, yeah, there was a fire. I can tell from in here because you can see that the sprinklers, and you can smell it. They obviously tried to set a fire inside here. The sprinklers are all inside, had been on. You can see how much water is on the floor inside the store. This store completely gutted. I would say there's a good inch, 2 inches of water covering the entire floor of the store, of the REI here. Almost every window has been cracked or shattered in every way. Trying to see around the front. You can just see, again, all of the boxes, everything that they were trying to steal, thrown out front.
Oh.
So yeah, there's just so much destruction. Yeah, you just see so much damage to all these stores. Again, these are big corporations. Yes, they have insurance. Yes, they can take care of that. But again, talking to Bill Bubars just a few moments ago, the owner of that jewelry store, and you know, it's his business, it's his livelihood, 75 years. And you know, front of his store was damaged. Luckily, they didn't get inside so that they weren't able to take any of his jewelry or any of his things in there that he had for sale. But there is a lot of damage here in Santa Monica. We are, I'm looking around now here at 4th and Santa Monica. And I can see just, yeah, business after business that has had their windows shattered, and they've been hit hard by all these suspects. You can see all the police in this area here that remain. There are police literally scattered throughout all of Santa Monica as they continue to try to go after these roaming groups that we've seen. There are still several crowds, several roaming groups of agitators is what you'd have to call them at this point, because they've just been looking to try to cause trouble, to try to find places also that they could potentially target any other stores. So there have been authorities moving without the city. Here's the fire department coming in after they came in here to put out the fire that had been started inside REI. So they're clearing this area out. So I can see yep, there we go, down the road. I think we'll head that way. I'll see what we can find down here. But you can see down there, there's an active skirmish line going on. Again, they get these groups, they continue to move, the police follow along, trying to corner them, trying to get them into an area where they can start arresting them all. We spoke to the sheriff about an hour ago, and he said that's really what they're trying to do, trying to corral all of the folks that are still out and about in the city here, trying to get them to where they can arrest them. So that's what they're attempting to do, but they certainly have a long way to go. But as I said, you can see down here, they have an active skirmish line facing off in a face-off with those that remain out here tonight in Santa Monica. That is the latest here. We'll go down towards that area, see what we can find, and bring you the latest once we get closer to that skirmish line, see what's going on between protesters and police here. Live in Santa Monica, Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Leanne, thank you very much for that live report. Of course, you know, night falls, tensions escalate. You don't, as we've seen the last few evenings where things can't.
好，旁述一下主要畫面上發生嘅事情。目前到而家咧，多個傳媒咧都係影到咧好多唔同嘅商店咧，俾人無差距咁樣搶掠嘅。咁講翻咧就係話，警方今晚嘅行動咧，最主要就係有咗呢個宵禁之後，和平示威嘅人咧，希望佢哋能夠翻到屋企，而警方咧就能夠咧全面對付呢一班正式搶劫嘅暴徒。咁喺呢個搶劫嘅情形之下，喺美國而家咧都有好多聲音發咗出嚟咧，話呢個行為係唔適當嘅。無可否認，出嚟支持反對呢個種族歧視係一件好事，但係如果用有咁極端嘅手法，因為強搶同爭取呢個 反對呢個種族歧視有咩關係呢？呢一點呢，其實好多記者啊，或者好多群眾呢，而家喺美國都係問緊同一個問題嘅。
Is closed down. Anybody who's out on the street right now is subject to arrest, or at least subject to being at least questioned and or pulled over by police, as officers have discussed, as the chief discussed earlier. They have, with the help of that curfew, they now have probable cause to pull over anybody that they have suspicion of might be involved in the looting or the destruction of property. And that gives them a tool. It also helps to kind of, frankly, to weed out the lawful from the lawless. If you are out right now, you are in violation, and you're, you know, what Karen Bass said earlier. If you're protesting, protest until the curfew and go home, and then get back at it again tomorrow if that is your inclination and your wish. But don't stay out after curfew. Let the police go after the lawbreakers who are trying to co-opt this, who are trying to take advantage of this. And that's what the hope is among law enforcement. You're looking at earlier pictures from LA City Hall. Downtown, there are National Guard troops helping to guard Los Angeles City Hall. To my knowledge, and I'm almost positive, the last time National Guard troops were deployed in a civil unrest sort of a situation was in Los Angeles, was in 1992. And some 28 years ago, of course, during the Rodney King riot and civil unrest that occurred then. And they are back, and they have their weapons, and they are facing off with protesters right now in front of City Hall. And they're supposed to be in a support role. They're not supposed to be, ideally at least, directly facing off with demonstrators, because they're not police officers. They are troops. They're military people.
It is very intimidating, though, when you see the National Guard standing to protect City Hall. And obviously other levels have been protecting City Hall too. You see the police department there, as well as they put up the metal gating around it. Speaking of the steps of City Hall today, Eyewitness News Inland Empire Bureau Chief Rob McMillan was with protesters who found themselves in a standoff with the National Guard.
Right in front of LA City Hall, and a rather peaceful protest out here right now. Hundreds of people gathered in front of City Hall. And what's remarkable about this scene is, as we've been watching all day long, the National Guard is now on scene. And you can see the National Guard lined up on the steps in front of City Hall. In front of them, what looks like officers with LAPD. And then farther down, there are barricades. There are people gathered behind the barricades. You can see hundreds of people here. And again, a fairly peaceful crowd at this point. Every now and then they'll start chanting things. We've only been on scene here for a few minutes, so it's tough to tell exactly what they're saying, but they have signs that say, "I can't breathe," "No justice, no peace." And again, at this point, a very, very peaceful crowd. If you pan to the north, I want to show you that the National Guard isn't just up there. They're also on the street. If you look up toward Temple, you can see the National Guard vehicles that are, they were blocking the middle of the road. Just within the past couple of minutes, they've moved off to the side, but you can see the National Guard is on scene here. Quite the scene in downtown Los Angeles to see the National Guard here to protect some of the important city assets, City Hall among them. If you go back towards City Hall, Lawrence, my photographer, you can see the scene here again, very quiet, very peaceful, orderly at this point. No looting, obviously, at this location, at least not at this point. You see a lot of people here, obviously protesting some of what we've seen across the country. Very poignant. I saw one guy walk up just with a shirt that said "End Racism," and a lot of people just have very stoic looks on their faces. Every now and then, and we're starting to...
大家好，補充一下所發生嘅事情。自從呢個國民志願軍出咗嚟之後呢，佢哋今次嘅工作呢，最主要呢都係保護唔同嘅建築物。喺大畫面大家見到呢，就喺呢個洛杉磯嘅市政府大樓，就係呢個由呢個國民志願軍去將佢保護。喺度示威嘅群眾呢，暫時都仲係屬於好和平嘅。咁喺其他地方都係同樣 呢次嘅國民志願軍呢，佢主要嘅工作呢，就係協助呢個警察呢將個人群呢疏散或者係包起，但係佢哋冇作出呢個警察嘅工作，因為始終佢哋都係屬於一種軍隊，而唔係對付平民嘅機構或者部隊，所以其他所有捕捉嘅情形啊，就係由警察去擔當嘅。咁已經好多記者或者好多唔同嘅頻道啊，已經強調咗一樣嘢，就係話其實警察點解要求呢個國民自衛軍出嚟幫忙呢？就係佢哋覺得你哋係有自由去遊行示威，但係當呢個宵禁令開始嘅時候，希望呢啲人呢返屋企。然之後，你就算第日再出過嚟示威都冇問題，因為呢個強搶嘅行為呢係實在係好緊要。我諗好多觀眾呢喺畫面都見到好多唔同嘅地方啲人點樣去強搶，所以就算喺呢度都好，呢件事係發生喺美國，本個頻道都係一樣。我哋絕對反對暴力同埋呢啲咁不合情理嘅行為嘅。
So much stuff, and you can see right there, there's a car there, and just packing it up and then taking off and going on to their next stop. So
people have no connection at all with the protest, and who could forget this scene, that Outfitter store. This was in Long Beach, where protesters, or not protesters, looters were going in, stealing stuff. All of a sudden, here come the police, and they come flooding out of that store. This is what you were alluding to earlier.
Yes.
They come flooding out of the store. These officers standing there, they didn't arrest any of them, but they just basically kind of shooed them away. Look at that.
I mean,
they're all running past them. They're not stopping them. They're not detaining them, but they are at least chasing them away. But that wasn't where it ended. You've got officers there, so that's not what was unbeknownst to them, is that not everybody was out of that store. And so they stood there, a phalanx of officers, outside, forming a kind of a semicircle around the opening, facing outward, keeping anybody else from coming in, not knowing that there were people still inside the store. You and I watched this unfold live.
And we couldn't figure out what the noise was.
Right, and here it was.
This was the noise, and I thought at first we thought it was gunshots, and then rubber bullets, and then we saw everyone trying to break out. But you saw the plywood and you'll see someone, if we end up staying on this, throwing a ton of merchandise out the window, and then ton of merchandise, and then picking up the merchandise and running away. I mean,
and keep in mind, there are police officers about 30 feet from where these people are jumping out of the window, about 30 feet away.
And then they break the plywood, which is what we end up seeing.
Yeah.
They've obviously, they're trying to, law enforcement, their hands are tied on this sort of situation. There's just so much of it going on that they're trying to at least keep the community protected. Inventory is
Inventory can be replaced,
right.
But it is still infuriating to watch. And this woman here, who's acting as a shield, aiding and abetting the looters, basically helping them out, standing there with her arms up as if to shield the looters from police. It's just an odd thing.
It is. And now let's look at, we're going to take you to Redlands. This was this area today. Loud but peaceful Black Lives Matter protest. Demonstrators, they held a sit-in while others marched through the streets. They chanted slogans including "No justice, no peace," and "I can't breathe," some of the last words spoken by George Floyd as he was restrained by officers in Minnesota. Organizers saying they coordinated with Redlands police and that the chief expressed his support for their right to protest.
We came together because
大家好，最新消息嚇，而家咧美國嘅東岸咧已經開始去到晚上深夜㗎啦，個情形咧就比較安定啲落嚟，因為好早咧應該係有啲城市6點開始咧已經有呢個宵禁令㗎啦，所以喺街上仲未走嘅人已經陸續咧俾警察咧拘捕㗎啦。而去到西岸尤其是都係三藩市啊、洛杉磯啊， 仲係呢個傍晚嚟嘅，所以咧就好多人咧仲喺街上，同埋喺好多大規模嘅搶劫行動咧仲係進行中嘅。有啲情形呢，警察呢只係將呢啲咁嘅暴徒呢就係趕走，而暫時仲未去呢個大使嘅拘捕，因為佢哋嗰邊嗰個宵禁令呢仲未曾開始嘅。如果有觀眾係對呢件事點解美國係會發生呢個咁大規模嘅遊行示威同埋騷亂呢，可以留言，我哋會盡量再為大家將呢個起因呢係再重複下嘅。
Well, let's talk about that. What do you think needs to change?
The transformational policing model that I put together discusses the very root and heart of why there's so much police distrust. It was very, very hard for me, despite 30 years in law enforcement, to watch what happened to him. But that was just unconscionable. It literally brought tears to my eyes to watch that, because I've arrested a lot of people and never treated anybody like that. And I've seen it before, and it was just unconscionable. My transformational policing model goes to the root of distrust in American history, and we dissect it, go through it with law enforcement and community members to show how important it is to simply understand the frustration that is felt by African Americans, because it's been decades. It didn't just happen last Monday. It's been decades. It's been brewing, and I have tried, and others like me have tried to make sure that we do something to educate our colleagues in law enforcement and our community members to understand that we are one people. This is one America, and we've got to show that we care.
One of the things that people who speak out about this and who speak out frankly in favor of the police officers in these and other instances say is that if you comply, you don't have to worry about this. But I haven't found that to be the case, and a lot of people have not found that to be the case. And I'm talking about Breonna Taylor in Louisville, Kentucky. Arguably, there's video. There doesn't seem to be any video yet showing George Floyd resisting. So compliance doesn't seem to work. And what are we supposed to do?
I understand, and I think the law enforcement agencies need to have much better, closer, more genuine education into the feelings.
大家好，喺度首先多謝大家嘅收睇下，各位網友。不過喺呢度呢，我哋都仲係要將我哋呢個直播嘅初心呢重複下。我哋本來做呢個直播嘅初心就係、香港已經呢個騷亂啊、遊行示威已經1年有多。喺呢1年裏邊呢，尤其是華人、香港人已經見過好多唔同嘅遊行示威嘅場面。往往呢啲遊行示威嘅場面呢，就俾呢個黃絲嗰邊呢就話香港警察呢濫用暴力啊，話係香港警察黑警。點知呢次美國就發生咗呢個咁大嘅騷亂遊行示威，借呢個直播呢，我想能夠將個畫面呢推俾多一啲人睇到，等佢自己能夠比較一下，而家喺美國嘅政府警察對呢個遊行騷亂嘅做法係點樣？而我哋香港政府或者警察呢1年裏邊啦遇到嘅問題係乜嘢呢？咁大家能夠可以比較一下，用一個理性嘅分析。我唔希望香港呢俾呢班人呢分化到，所以講明我哋係反分化。最好大家而家仲係做埋呢個齊抗疫。雖然暫時香港呢個疫情係控制得到，但係唔代表佢走咗。你知道香港呢好多人喺度搏命緊拼經濟，希望大家呢能夠揾到口飯食。
It's a difficult conversation. As an Army veteran, it's very difficult for me to go serve my country overseas, come back home, and then have the N-word leveled upon me by others. And it's just real difficult to have to live with and do that when you serve your country and you come back to this. We're getting a little better, but the education needs to kick up substantially. Police academies need to talk about, just as important as a homicide investigative course, is the cultural diversity training that needs to go on to law enforcement agencies nationwide. And more hours need to be spent dissecting, analyzing, and breaking down the cultural differences in America today.
I think if there was just an issue of, or the process of treating everyone the same. If that's the cry we keep hearing. That is what we keep hearing from young people who are out on the street today and who we've been talking to. You know, treat black kids the same way as you treat white kids. Treat a black suspect the same way as you treat a white suspect, as you treat a Hispanic suspect, an Asian suspect. You know, everybody. You know, don't come down on this guy's neck when you wouldn't.
係網友個 ear why 你問啦嚇，而家呢件事嘅原因啦嚇。首先當然啦，呢個黑人俾呢個警察殺咗之後，呢個事情只係一個導火線。你要明白咧，就係因為美國呢個種族歧視，其實喺社會咧已經醖釀咗好幾百年。由第一日黑人俾英國人由非洲擄走帶到去美國當奴隸嘅時候，呢個種族歧視已經係存在。就算嚟到今時今日，好多美國嘅黑人都覺得佢自己咧係得唔到政府俾佢一個公平嘅待遇，所以個真正嘅理由，呢次呢個遊行示威其實就係反對呢個種族歧視，而呢位黑人先生Justiceforfloyd之死，這個係一個事情嘅導火線。我哋中國人有句説話：3尺寒冰，非一夜之寒。所以呢個問題係存在咗好耐，所以個起因就係種族歧視嘅問題嚟嘅。
Than the generation 20 years ago or 40 years ago. And we need to understand they don't understand the history. They want to be treated as though they are the same as anyone else. That's a generational train, and law enforcement is just now starting to understand the generational changes that are very, very important to the livelihood, success, and safety of our communities that we serve.
And by the way, Tommy, when you're seeing the way law enforcement is handling the current situation, much different each time any sort of these riots happen, you see something different, the shift in how law enforcement is handling it. How do you feel they're handling it now?
I feel good to see that the officer, for committing a crime that if anybody else would have been committed, they would have been arrested, brought forthwith to answer. I commend the police chief of Minneapolis for taking immediate and swift actions. I hope action is taken on the other 3 officers who stood by, because I have been in situations as a police officer that I have actually pulled officers away from hurting anybody unnecessarily. So I applaud law enforcement. Several of my former chief colleagues have also stated how important and how proud they are of the swift action, but it's not going to take care of the family of Mr. Floyd, which was, even for me, after 30 years, was very difficult to watch. And I feel the pain of his family.
All right, Tommy Tunson, we thank you very much. Transformative policing, thank you very much for your input tonight.
Thank you both. My pleasure. And be safe to everybody out there. This is still America.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, thank you. All right, well, now we're going to go to Leanne Suter. She is live in Santa Monica, where she's been there all day, and you're with an interview as well, Leanne.
Yes, I have with me now Santa Monica Police Chief Cynthia Reynos. Chief, talk to me about what you have seen today here in Santa Monica.
Well, what I've seen, unfortunately, is a peaceful protest get taken over by violent criminals who had an intention to loot and commit criminal acts, and in doing so, really overshadow the purpose of this peaceful protest, which is about the life of Mr. Floyd.
And we have seen a lot of damage here in kind of downtown area. Do you know how kind of widespread and kind of what you're seeing and how much you're seeing?
Yes, the damage is mostly contained to our downtown area, and that's what we're working on now. As you can tell, this is a rich opportunity for that type of activity. We are moving east to the city. We have substantial assets in the city now with mutual aid fully deployed. The National Guard is on scene in the city of Santa Monica and will be with us through the remainder of this. We have made hundreds of arrests for both looting and criminal activity, and we will continue that until our city is 100% secured.
The city initiated that curfew, that 4 p.m. curfew. Did it help in trying to bring this under control, and kind of what are you guys dealing with tonight in terms of the curfew?
I think the curfew is important. I think it's a message to all of our residents about the importance for them to stay safe inside their homes. And it is also a legal ability to try and control the criminal activity. So we have seen people who are reacting to the curfew. They know that there's a curfew in place, so we've made arrests for that as well.
And tonight you still say you still have some groups out there that you are trying to...
honoring the curfew requirements to allow law enforcement to make sure that our city streets remain safe. I do want to just reiterate again, I think many of you, like me, have watched the video of the truck and the peaceful protesters. I am so incredibly thankful. We had no fatalities or no injuries. I just think it highlights the fact, again, of trying to make sure that we create space and keep the ability to peacefully protest there. And I think over the last 2 days, Minnesota, we've clearly shown a difference between people exercising their First Amendment rights, showing passion to injustices, and trying to make their voice heard, and those that were trying to do something very different. So I'm going to have Paul Snell give some updates on where we're at this point in time. We are seeing very few incidents. I think some folks who got caught after time, some very respectful interactions, and those folks, again, were simply, I think, exercising their rights and got caught behind the curfew, and I'm just grateful how that has panned out so far. So with that, Paul Snell.
Good evening. Thank you, Governor. Just to provide a quick update as to where things are, as you've seen, and as the governor mentioned, the incident with the truck coming onto the bridge was obviously a significant and great concern when that happened. We had been monitoring the crowd that was involved in that walk. We knew that they were peaceful. There was no real issues. And when the truck came on and the things that evolved and the great deal of concern we had for the safety of everyone in that situation, as you could see plainly that once the truck came in, again, we didn't know exactly at that point in time what the intent was of that truck driver. And then the concern about was anybody hit early on was also a concern. And then obviously the driver was removed from the truck and was assaulted by a number of people. And then I think upon the positive note, there was also a large number of people attempting to protect the man who was driving.
網友好，喺度重複一下對新入嚟嘅網友啊嚇，點解呢一次美國有呢個咁大嘅騷亂遊行示威？個導火線呢，就係上週星期一呢，有一位黑人先生 Justiceforfloyd 俾4名警察逮捕嘅時候呢，佢雙手呢手扣綁喺後邊之後呢，就壓喺地上。有2名警察呢，仲用佢嘅大腿呢壓喺佢背脊，當中有1名警察呢，就用佢嘅大腿壓喺佢頸部。歷時呢，就係6分46秒。喺呢個6分46秒裏邊呢，呢位 Justiceforfloyd 先生呢曾經呢高聲呼叫過，佢係唞唔到氣。 咁唔止一次係喺呢6分鐘裏邊呢，好多人拍到嘅片呢都睇到呢，佢不斷咁樣嗌嘅。後嚟佢昏迷送院呢，就不幸呢就過身嘅。咁佢被捕嘅原因呢，就因為佢動用呢個偽鈔，咁個數量呢，就係1張20蚊嘅美金。咁後來呢，佢死亡之後呢，最初呢4名警察呢係冇受到呢個起訴嘅，所以好多人呢就覺得警察呢一次咁做呢係過分用武力，同埋加上呢位 George Floyd 係一位黑人，而4位呢都係白人警察，覺得係一個呢種族歧視嚟嘅。咁後期呢，就呢位壓喺 George Floyd 先生頸部嘅警察呢，就受到起訴，就係話呢，佢係3級謀殺同埋可能係誤殺，但係呢個宣佈呢，就冇減低到呢國民嘅情緒，因為喺美國呢，種族歧視呢，實在喺社會呢係醖釀咗好耐㗎啦，唔係1-2年嘅事，而係由美國嘅黑人醖釀咗幾百年嘅。所以呢次暴動嘅原因呢，最主要個導火線當然係呢位先生 George Floyd 之死啦。但係最主要嘅多數嘅群眾呢，係覺得美國呢個種族歧視呢，已經去到一個不可容忍嘅地步。咁而家主要嘅群眾呢嘅要求就係其他3名仲未起訴嘅警察呢，都要得到起訴。咁至於呢個要求，佢哋達唔達得到呢？暫時就要睇呢個聯邦起訴官呢，再唔再起訴呢3位警察㗎啦。咁喺影片呢，陸續大家睇到嘅都係幾個同樣嘅事啦，就係話喺美國咧好多唔同嘅州呢，仲係有呢個強搶啊，少少縱火啊，但係縱火嘅情形呢，今日就冇之前幾日咁緊要㗎啦。喺呢度我再要呼籲一下，就係各位網友，如果係睇到本頻道嘅，本頻道嘅初心就係希望借呢一次美國騷亂嘅畫面呢，俾多啲華人睇到，等佢能夠呢可以比較一下香港呢1年裏邊所發生嘅騷亂同埋遊行示威，香港嘅警察又係點樣做呢？而家美國嘅警察遇到同樣嘅問題，佢哋處事嘅方法又係點樣呢？可以作一個比較，所以希望大家能夠可以的話呢，將我哋呢個直播呢轉發多啲你嘅朋友，等佢哋能夠喺第一時間一個真實嘅畫面睇睇喺遊行騷亂當中啊嚇，喺唔同嘅國家或者唔同嘅地方啊，佢哋嘅處事嘅方法係點樣？等能夠咧可以同香港嘅情形比較一下嘅。首先多謝大家嘅支持嚇。
And we believe that that's happening. And with that, I would open it for any questions.
Commissioner Officer Chauvin being transferred, released to another authority. Where is he now, and what happened?
Officer Chauvin, who had been in the Hennepin County Jail, has been transferred. He's been transferred to the Department of Corrections facility. He will be booked into one of our facilities. This is not uncommon in these cases. In fact, the same thing happened with Officer Noor. Ultimately, with multiple concerns there. First and foremost, we have the COVID situation. Second of all, a large number of people could be booked into Hennepin County Jail tonight, and as a result of that, Sheriff Hutchinson had made the request, and the DOC accommodated that request, and that transfer has been made, and he is safe and secure in the prison in Oak Park Heights.
Prison where?
Oak Park Heights.
Oak Park, thank you.
So the booking photo is out of the driver. It's been 6 hours now. What was the motivation? What have authorities learned about why this person was in the middle of a crowd at high speed like that?
Well, I think the exact details I don't know. Have not, investigators have met with that man. They will be putting together a full summary of the event, both the observation. Obviously, we all had the opportunity to see that footage. We're still piecing together all the details of going back and looking at video footage of how he got to the place that he did. Because it was at that time that there was attempts to move traffic, divert traffic from that area. And we believe that there may have been some attempt to divert or get around that diversion as MnDOT and others were attempting to move vehicles off the roadway. And exactly what the motive is, I don't know. Investigators will do that, and ultimately they will be presenting their investigation to the Hennepin County Attorney's Office for review and consideration of potential charges.
So those that watched the video were really horrified by what they saw. I mean, how is it that that was thousands of protesters that were being closely watched? How is it possible that law enforcement wouldn't have been able to somehow stop that truck from getting that far?
Well, I think ultimately, as I said earlier, we knew that there was a diversion going on. That group that was on the freeway was peaceful. They were not. It was not a problem. We decided that as long as that group was moving, not creating other problems, that it was prudent not to engage. Again, we want to facilitate, even though there was a diversion of traffic, which was planned, but this was obviously earlier than initially planned. We wanted to make sure that we were going to facilitate that. We believe that it was safe because of the diversion, but it appears as though the driver attempted to get around or did get around and ultimately enter that area. Now, having somebody to intercept and stop that truck, I think you could see the speed. There were estimates of over 70 miles an hour as he came in there. So even having resources there may not have been easy to get and stop that truck prior to him getting up and upon those protesters. So I think that's just the situation. It was obviously unfortunate and very fortunate that there was no injuries or deaths, because I think when all of us saw that, we were deeply concerned and wanted to get and restore order up there as quickly as possible.
About how much time elapsed between the time he gets around whatever barricade there was and he...
網友 Sam Chang 而家香港呢班黃絲政棍同埋黃色嘅媒體係完全冇轉播美國呢個騷亂嘅畫面嘅。正如你所講佢哋係怕晒而家有得比較，因為美國一路都係講佢係有民主自由嘅一個國家，但係呢一次嘅騷亂呢，就反映咗美國其實本身入邊，尤其是黑人根本係冇民主自由嘅。
There was attempts we were barricaded to move people off, to divert people off of the roadway, yes.
There's a lot of, Commissioner Harrington was talking about the accelerants found around, flammable materials stashed around even as soon as this morning. There's a lot of social posts, kind of concerns about fires, people leaving things, places. What are you hearing on this at this point? Are you concerned about more fires at residences or businesses tonight? What's the status of that?
Well, I think ultimately one of the biggest concerns that we have, and I think if there's nothing more unsettling, and I think everyone in Minnesota looked at those images this past week, and you either watch in horror or you wake up to the images of people's businesses and places where they're going to reside, and nonprofit agencies and so forth up in flames, and there's nothing more unsettling about that for anyone. And I think as we look at tonight's activities and the objectives that have been set for the commanders who are executing this mission, ultimately, it is to do everything we can to ensure that we don't wake up to those flames. And we do that through, I think, really close coordination and cooperation from community, working together with our partners across the metro area in terms of sharing intelligence and information that we get in. But what makes law enforcement and these types of things most effective is the full cooperation and active participation of people in the community. And while
喺呢度再回答多次Sam Chang 嘅問題，就話香港黃絲呢幾日呢就收咗水。佢哋都好怕呢，有人呢將美國呢個真實嘅畫面呢傳播出去，所以喺香港呢，冇一個媒體呢係做呢個真實嘅直播。如果喺香港遊行示威，起碼有10幾20個即時嘅轉播俾大家。而喺美國呢一次嘅騷亂當中啦喺本土香港暫時係冇一個頻道做呢個直播或者係討論呢件事。正如你所講得啱佢哋已經收晒水嘅，所以呢個頻道所做嘅嘢呢個直播就係想製造一個機會呢，使更多人能夠睇得到美國真正發生嘅係咩事。呢個對比係還翻香港政府警察嘅一個公道。所以喺呢度呢，真係希望大家能夠將呢個直播呢轉發出去俾多啲朋友，等佢能夠喺第一時間了解到美國究竟發生咩事，美國所講嘅民主自由係咪全部人都有呢？喺呢度就要希望大家嘅網友支持啦。
Last night we learned that over the course of the night there would be some times where they may get a dumpster fire. I haven't even heard of that tonight. It has been very quiet on the fire front.
We were getting some reports that there were still white supremacist groups with trying to blow things up and start fires. Are those groups still on the ground to your knowledge?
We believe yes. We believe that's some of those groups. There was posters put up in various places around the Twin Cities as recently as yesterday, last evening. It's just speaking to kind of that movement. We believe that there is still a presence out there. We are mindful of these groups that do tend to. We think that we have been successful in oftentimes it's not one. It can be one person, two person, three persons that ultimately bring in a lot of others. They create a sense of kind of a group think and almost it becomes wilding types of situations. And these people they're agitators. And those are some of the folks that you get concerned about.
喺呢度呢，本人想對各位以下嘅留言呢補充下一樣嘢。大家睇到呢，就係唔同嘅田，就係美國嘅政府，如果警察係遇到咁大嘅問題，佢哋嘅國民志願軍就自然會出嚟。雖然國民志願軍呢唔係一個正式嘅軍隊。唔係應該咁講，佢係一個軍隊，而唔係正職係軍人。但係香港警察呢，呢一年嚟呢，嚟去能夠上街鎮壓呢班嘅人，都應該係警隊嘅最多係一半。而呢一半嘅警隊經歷咗呢一年，佢嘅辛苦苦酸酸，希望大家網友支持一下香港警察。
Something must have happened as they were marching through the streets here that obviously has led to what is now turned into arrests. So we'll keep an eye on things and we'll bring you more information if we find out any more about what happened out here. Reporting live in downtown Los Angeles, Amy Powell, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Amy, we know that there's a curfew underway right now. Are you seeing? Do you feel like you're seeing less and less people out on the street, or I know that you're seeing a large group of people being arrested, but are you seeing the people going home or leaving?
Well, I think there are less people here than when we first arrived here a couple of hours ago, I'd say, Colleen. In fact, when we first got down here, it actually wasn't as busy as it might normally have been, except for that very large group of protesters who were here outside the steps of City Hall. As I look around now, the park area right here in front of City Hall across from the LAPD is nearly empty. Earlier, we'd seen quite a few more people here in the park. And then, of course, at that point, the National Guardsmen were standing here.
喺呢度呢，我都仲要向網友呼籲一下。本台除咗會直播暫時美國發生呢個遊行示威騷亂之外，我哋會一樣呢直播香港遊行示威嘅直播嘅。只有唔同一樣嘢就係所有媒體而家香港做直播嘅都係屬於黃營嘅，記者所講嘅説話往往係好偏頗同埋好唔公道，所以本台嘅做法就希望喺直播當中用第一嘅時間用一個理性嘅方法去將佢哋嘅歪理作出一個正道嘅旁述。希望有啲觀眾同一時間都想睇到發生咩事，但係當中唔需要淨係聽到一啲唔合理嘅説話，希望能夠多一個聲音，令到呢個社會盡快可以恢復返正常。
And then still haven't arrested the other men. And then there's also the issue of the autopsy. So, and this happens all the time. So now the family has to pay for an independent autopsy. How on earth are you going to say that he didn't die from strangulation? So some people are saying that maybe he had some underlying health issues, which I think is a buzzword now because that's the same reason that's used for the extreme disproportionate death rate in COVID. Well, he had some underlying issue. I don't care if he had a heart attack. You cannot tell me that having a knee on your neck for almost 9 minutes was not a contributing factor. I believe the reason why he was killed was because he was essentially choked to death by having that, or strangled by having that knee on his neck. But even if it was some other condition, you cannot tell me it wasn't a contributing factor. And any other person that contributed to the death of somebody in the commission of a crime, is charged with murder.
That's from Representative Karen Bass, her discussion of what the autopsy has so far revealed, but the family may have to do another one, as she's pointing out. George Floyd killed it was only a week ago. It hasn't even been a week. It was a week ago Monday.
喺呢度解釋翻一下剛才畫面發生過嘅事情。最主要就係呢個明尼蘇達州嘅州長咧出過嚟講咧，就係希望群眾咧冷靜落嚟，等警察咧能夠有辦法咧將呢啲暴徒搶劫制止。而另外一個問題而家現身咗出嚟就係話。冇錯，呢位黑人死嗰陣時咧，係一個警察咧用佢嘅腿部壓住呢位先生嘅頸，其他3個警察咧係冇壓喺佢嘅要害，所以另外嗰3個警察應該咧就係上訴唔到。咁呢方面咧，好多人咧暫時係唔可以接受。同埋仲有一樣嘢咧，而家警方或者係政府咧就話呢位George Floyd 先生咧，本身佢都已經係有心臟病或者其他嘅病咧，所以咧喺呢次拘捕中咧，佢只係死喺佢自己嘅病因或者佢自己嘅病源。咁而家咧就佢嘅家人咧就想做第2個驗屍報告。但係做呢個驗屍報告咧，佢哋家人咧自己出錢去做， 所以喺一個咁難嘅環境之下，親人已死，但係仲要喺法律上同政府去爭持嘅，令到好多群眾呢係不滿嘅。咁其他呢，去到今晚呢，暫時呢就冇琴日咁激烈嘅縱火事件。被捕嘅人士暫時都係理性，所以喺畫面上呢，暫時都冇話咩好暴力嘅場面發生。但係群眾嘅憤怒呢，去到呢1分鐘呢，都係仲未曾能夠平息嘅。
So much as this is coming to light because of cell phone video. We have these videos now. We see what's going on.
Right.
This has been going on a long time. It's just most of our eyes are being opened to it.
And thinking about Ahmaud Arbery, the young man who was murdered in Georgia, who was jogging through a neighborhood. We talk about video. It was caught on video by somebody who may have been complicit, who's accused of being complicit in the crime. Investigators had the video for 2 months. Investigators had it, DAs had it, 2 different DAs had it. Nothing was done. Nothing was done until the video was made public. It wasn't the video itself that caused the case to be referred to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and then the people were arrested 48 hours later. It was the fact that the public had seen the video that caused that action to take place, and that is what people are upset about. That is what so many people are upset about, is just have equal justice shouldn't be something that people have to demonstrate for.
That you don't have to have that evidence to show.
So that's what's going on, and so you see people out in the street, you see people genuinely angry. Who do we have next?
Leanne.
All right, let's go to Leanne Suter. She's been in Santa Monica all day, watching things unfold there. She has seen demonstrations, she has seen looting, she has seen fires. What are you seeing right now?
Mark and Colleen, we're here in the corner with Bloomingdale's. I was going to show you some of the damage and show you the fact that police are now in there going through the store. I can see one of them inside now, but you can see all the damage, the alarms going off, all of the stuff that they grabbed. There are still what appear to be a couple of looters inside, either inside Bloomingdale's here, which is connected to the 2nd Street place here, the mall, or they're actually inside the mall. We've seen a couple of people running inside here and then through the mall.
大家好，剛才咧有一段對話咧喺畫面咧係值得人哋思考一下嘅。咁被受訪者咧就係解釋咗咧，就係話美國咧其實喺好多次入邊咧，黑人俾警察打死之後，警方係點樣咧去將佢隱瞞嘅？佢其中咧提咗一個案例，就係有一個黑人咧，佢出嚟跑步嘅時候咧，就唔知喺點嘅情形之下咧，警方咧就將佢殺死咗。至於嗰個情形咧，係有人將個片錄低過嘅，但係呢個片咧就俾警方同埋司法部咧壓制咗2個幾月咧，都冇公開。所以好多群眾咧經過其他不同嘅案例，就係覺得美國政府或者警察呢，往往喺呢啲種族歧視之下發生嘅案例呢，警方呢或者司法部呢係包庇嘅。所以呢次出嚟遊行示威，多數人呢都係不滿呢個做法，佢哋認為呢個做法已經係夠。佢哋其中一個最大嘅要求都係要求警隊呢重新改組，或者要將好多唔合常規嘅做業方法啦去更改。如果咁樣唔做嘅話呢，始終咧喺社會入邊呢，好多人呢係得唔到一個公平嘅待遇嘅。
And with people, this is the metro stop. This is a very popular place. This is where so many people, how they get into Santa Monica, this is where they come in, get off of the subway, and then come into the downtown area, head into 3rd Street Promenade, and to the mall right here. Very popular area, as you can see, pretty empty. There's a handful of cars out here, but really no other people, except for all of the police that we are seeing throughout the city, again, as they try to lock down this area. and lock down on a crackdown on all of those folks that still remain here in the city. As I said, I'm going to show you, if you can, here in a second, Bill. Let me pan you over here. You can see, this is what I'm talking about. We just see handfuls of people like this that are still just roaming around despite the curfew. They're out and about, and police are saying that they have to go, but they are finding, some of them are photographers. We see a couple, but other ones are just kind of out and about.
It's like that.
Let y'all make noise and take up room and take up space. I will allot you guys that, but
all right, the protesters have begun running away as the police are advancing.
Major problems seem to have been taken care of, seem to have died down, but there are still issues that they have to address. And as the chief said a short time ago, they will be out here all night ensuring that the city remains safe. Live in Santa Monica, Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Leanne, thank you very much. Well, we have more video coming in of looting, this time in San Bernardino. Veronica Miracle is live with this part of the story. Veronica?
Well, Colleen, we have been, as you said, and as Leanne said, watching the looting from city to city to city, and the latest is in the Inland Empire. Let's take a look at that video. Pretty startling there. You can see the flames being lit up there in a dumpster right next to a strip mall. This is at 9th and Waterman coming in from Inland News there, and you can see
喺呢度想回覆下 Sam Chang 一個留言，就話美國根本是一個不公平的國家。喺呢點呢，我只可以舉一個例子啊。而家香港呢，中央就會做一個保國安法俾香港，而黃絲嗰邊呢，成日話如果有咗呢條例呢，香港嘅人呢，或者香港犯事嘅人就會俾中央拉上內地審判。但係好多人唔知道呢，美國其實喺個反恐法入邊呢，佢哋有權喺第二啲國家捉人，或者有權冇權啦，佢都去捉人啦。而且捉到嘅人啦係唔需要受到任何審判呢，就可以還押嘅。而家喺古巴一個叫 Guantanamo Bay 入邊，依然有一批咧叫做所謂恐怖分子咧被還押中，係從來未受過審判嘅。如果喺個咁嘅情形之下，你話香港嘅法律或者中國法律係公正啦，係美國人嘅法律公正呢？當然啦，呢個只不過係其中一個例子。其實仲有好多好多唔同嘅例子嘅。
I learned something about these sneakers yesterday, that Top Flight what was it? One store on La Brea that was looted yesterday, and like people are stealing shoes out of there, and there's a whole market where they're for this kind of high-end sneakers that are worth thousands of dollars.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so it seems as though people know what to hit and where to go. They're hitting jewelry stores. They're hitting pharmacies. It really is striking what we're seeing. It seems more surgical than what I've seen in the past.
Well, yes, I think it is very much targeted. But then every now and then you see people just running with flowers in their hand. You're just thinking, you took flowers. So I feel like just anything one can get their hands on, they're just going to take. It's just no rhyme or reason to some just taking merchandise. But I just feel for the store owners and the businesses where they have already been taken down by the pandemic and not being able to sell their items and having to do these deep sales, and now just to see their inventory just wiped out, and not only just their inventory, their stores, the damage that's been caused to their stores. And we're just starting to reopen.
Right.
Restaurants were reopening, hair salons and barbershops. That's just Friday.
Yeah, Mayor Garcetti, that's what he said yesterday, is that LA was just starting to reopen. This was supposed to have been a reopening weekend, and it's not. Everything is closed, and we're having to close down, and we'll have to stay that way. I mean, you know, who's to say if tomorrow is going to be the same as today? We'll have to see what impact the National Guard will have on this whole process.
All right, well, we continue to cover the ongoing coverage of the widespread protests and unrest through Southern California tonight. You can watch ABC's Match Game on the Localish Network, channel 7.2, and on these channels on your screen on Cox at 796, 1133, Frontier 467, Google Fiber 70, Mediacom 520, and Spectrum 1246.
And in Santa Monica, of course, there's those road
係徵告，好多謝你嘅留言。你話蘋果咧報紙咧就冇乜報導美國嘅新聞，但係據我所知咧，蘋果係有報導嘅，但係咧佢報導嘅方式咧就係話美國嘅警察咧係站喺示威者嗰邊。喺呢度咧，我想澄清一下，的確係。有啲美國嘅警察咧係同示威者一齊去示威過嘅，但係唔好忘記一樣嘢，佢哋所爭取嘅嘢係種族歧視，而香港所發生嘅遊行示威係一個政治嘅原因，所以兩者咧就千祈唔好拉埋一齊。咁講咗啦，香港所有黃傳媒咧都冇呢個直播，亦好少人去掂呢個話題，所以喺呢度都係希望大家將呢個直播咧發放出去，或者將來呢條片咧俾一啲年青人睇下。你睇下，當一個國家或者一個地方受到呢個示威遊行，有人搶嘢嘅話，打家劫舍嘅話呢，個世界就會大亂㗎啦。咁以下呢都有好多記者訪問嘅人呢都回答就係話呢次嘅搶劫嘅行動呢，好睇落去呢，好似好多人呢係預早呢有預謀去做嘅，因為佢哋所搶嘅店鋪呢都係以一啲呢比較係有貴重物件嘅商店先受到呢個搶劫嘅。所以呢個行動呢，睇落去呢，就係有一大批人呢，就擋喺呢一個和平示威者嘅後邊呢，去作出一啲非法嘅行為。即係呢個事情就好似香港和理非行喺前邊，記者就行喺最頭，後邊一批勇武派嘅就將我哋嘅生命財產去破壞。所以我哋喺呢度呢，點都好。雖然呢件事發生喺美國，和平示威應該係要有，但係對所有暴徒做嘅嘢，我哋一定要說不嘅。
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day. I would now like to welcome up our police chief, Cynthia Renaud, for an update from our Santa Monica Police Department.
Good evening, everyone. Again, I apologize, a little awkward, empty room here. So I'll do my best to deliver some information and answer what I think your questions are. So we did have National Guard response and arrival shortly before 8 p.m., and that has been a dramatic impact here in the city. They are securing the areas that we have already secured and taken care of, which is allowing us to move our officers and our mutual aid assets into the remaining parts of the city and take care of some smaller crowds that are gathering there. We're working our way through this problem. As I said, we've made hundreds of arrests for both curfew and for criminal activity. Our curfew is in place. Please stay home, stay safe. And for those of you that are in Santa Monica, please know that the curfew is in place, and if you do not leave, then you will be arrested. We'll continue to work this problem, as I said, and also begin immediately to render aid and support to our businesses and especially our businesses in the downtown area. We have assets in place. We will secure the downtown area and continue that into the evening and the next several days. Thank you all very much for your participation in this, your commitment to watching. I received several well wishes via text from community members and thanks for the job that our officers and other officers are doing there. I appreciate that. Thank you for the contact. We are in this together. We will heal together and we will recover together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief. We will now turn to the Santa Monica Fire Department. Deputy Chief Judah Mitchell has the update.
Good evening. Thank you. The Santa Monica Fire Department's #1 priority is still life and safety. We don't have any active fires burning at this time. Please, as I mentioned earlier, follow the city's curfew and get off the streets, go home, and be safe. We're working with PD from multiple cities, fire departments from multiple cities, LAFD, Santa Monica PD, LA PD, and Culver City have been there, Beverly Hills as well. Please refrain from calling 911. It will overburden the system. Since noon today, Santa Monica Emergency Dispatch.
All right, let's go to Long Beach. The mayor of Long Beach is speaking right now about the unrest there. Let's listen in. Oh, okay. Well, we're awaiting for sound. When we get the sound hooked up there, we'll certainly hear from him. We have had reporters in Long Beach, and Air 7 has been over that city for much of the afternoon. And we'll go back to Long Beach in a second.
We appreciate your support and kind thoughts. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chief. I want to remind everyone, information is critical right now. Please do sign up for Santa Monica Emergency Alerts. You can do that by going to www.santamonica.gov/newsletter. /alerts. You can also get our community newsletter at santamonica.gov/newsletter. Of course, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram are great ways to get immediate information from the city at City of Santa Monica. We ask you to do that. And with that, we will conclude our press conference, and we really thank our media partners, CBS, for being here with us.
Long Beach to the press conference.
I declared an emergency, and we have also instituted an emergency curfew as of 8 p.m. tonight, and that is currently in effect all the way through 5 a.m. in the morning. We will reevaluate that curfew and extend it if needed. While the city supports peaceful assembly and free speech, we cannot tolerate destruction of property, looting, or violence. For the safety of everyone in the community, including our first responders, business owners, protesters, and residents, we've enacted this curfew to keep everyone safe. This is an extraordinary time in our city. Let me take a moment just to say, I know you are all frustrated. We are all frustrated. We are angry and heartbroken over the tragic death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. But we urge everybody in the city and the entire region to abide by the curfew and to remain calm. We do know, as the mayor mentioned, that most people who assembled in Long Beach today did so peacefully and were airing their grievances in their First Amendment right, and we thank you for that. So while our Long Beach community is known for its willingness to support each other, especially during this challenging times, we challenge you to do exactly that. We've been through very tough times in the past. We will get through this one as well. Let's work together and make Long Beach safer for everyone. And so we have all of our emergency systems deployed. We have everyone out there working. City crews are together, working as hard as we possibly can, but it is an incredibly tough situation. I'd like to bring up our police chief, Robert Luna, to talk through what is going on out there and the process as well for asking for assistance, which we have been doing since earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Mr. City Manager. Today's a sad day here in our city.
係，大家好，喺度講解下呢幾分鐘前所有畫面嘅旁述係乜嘢？有多個城市嘅市長啊、警察部門呢，都出嚟多謝翻一啲理性嘅示威者。 咁同埋咧，同時咧就係佢哋而家咧就推廣一個熱線咧，就希望啲人咧能夠幫警方咧提供呢個消息，因為喺好多唔同嘅地方咧，依然咧係有呢個搶劫，而佢哋嘅報案熱線咧已經係爆棚，根本係唔可以再第一時間咧答覆到啊！想打電話報案嘅人。今晚睇落去呢，就一切嘅事情呢係比較係警方嗰邊呢係鎮壓得到好多㗎啦。但係佢哋都喺度講緊呢，就話呢件事呢，今晚呢都就算平靜落嚟呢，聽日都會繼續發生嘅。咁至於幾快能夠完全控制到呢個場面呢，就佢哋就希望群眾呢能夠提供更加多嘅資訊俾警方，能夠呢佢哋喺未發生事之前呢得到情報嘅。
To the front of the police station and then marched around the downtown area. As they marched, they were joined by hundreds and then eventually became thousands of other people. Within that hour, our officers, our command staff that was running this event, made a decision to contact the Emergency Operations Bureau from LA County Sheriffs, and we immediately asked for mutual aid. What that basically means is that we summons police officers from around the county, the region, and the state. Immediately, we were sent several dozen officers to us, and right away, we ended up asking for more officers. Eventually, we had what we call multiple platoons. I'm not going to get into specific numbers, but several hundred additional officers to augment the hundreds of Long Beach officers we had here. As the protests grew, and they grew violent, unfortunately, we continue to make requests for resources. Once the county said the resources were expended, that's when the National Guard was requested. That request went in here in the last hour, and we were advised that the National Guard is en route to Long Beach to assist the Long Beach Police Department and all the other officers who are currently assisting us. And as I talk about these other officers, these are officers that are coming from different communities, so I really want to reach out and say thank you for helping our city. You've really helped us a lot. I know we're seeing some very disturbing images on TV, and to be honest with you, I hope they disturb you. They're very much disturbing us. We've gotten inquiries from the media, how could you let this looting occur? It's irritating to watch people go into stores and basically break into them and steal the items. Yes, steal. They're not theirs. There's no reason to do this. And this is what's sad. When we planned for this protest today, we planned for a large group of protesters to come here and express their First Amendment rights and express their anger in a positive way with the loss of life with George Floyd. I've written about this earlier. I'm upset about it. And here's the sad part. Every police officer at the Long Beach Police Department that I've spoken to is also very upset about the way that George Floyd died. And we're out here trying to facilitate a peaceful protest. And I'm going to say about 80% of the people are doing the right thing. Blocking the streets, signs, yelling, that's okay. What's not okay is you had individuals who came into the group and started to vandalize vehicles, throw items at police officers, and they're the ones who started breaking away, went down into our Pike area, and started to break windows and start looting stores. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not the way you make a point. How does that, how do we celebrate the life of George Floyd or even talk about his tragic death when you have people committing crimes? That's not what we're going to tolerate. And as the evening goes on, We are going to get control of our streets. People are going to go to jail. We're going to enforce this curfew that'll go on until this event is over. And we will bring peace back to Long Beach. I promise you that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my partner.
大家好，喺度旁述下呢，剛才呢，畫面見到呢，係好多唔同嘅警察部門呢出嚟解釋翻呢31號美國時間呢所發生嘅事嘅。所有嘅唔同嘅城市嘅警方呢都預咗呢，喺31號嘅日頭呢會有大批市民出嚟呢遊行同埋示威嘅。喺美國所講嘅第一權，市民係有權遊行示威係冇問題嘅。佢哋所提多講過呢，就係通常嚟講呢，90%人呢出嚟呢都係作一個和平嘅表達，呢啲對警察嚟講係冇問題嘅。但正如嗰1%人作出係搶劫嘅行為呢，係社會上咧係唔能夠接受嘅。咁佢哋咧就喺度不停咁呼籲社會入邊嘅人，如果你哋係見到有人想搶掠做嘢，就要盡快通知警方。喺呢度呢，我就想做一個借鏡俾香港嘅。香港都係一路以嚟，香港遊行示威差唔多，如果計翻條數，每日好似每年好似有成萬宗嘅遊行示威嘅之前啊。咁遊行示威根本咧喺香港嚟講已經變咗個習慣性，都係一路冇問題嘅。但係當啲黑暴出嚟掟磚、掟汽油彈、放火燒人、用磚掟死人、攞白，佢哋已經唔係一個和平示威，佢哋已經變咗暴徒。同一句説話，亦係美國而家警察所講嘅，遊行示威係絕對冇問題。但係當你做一啲事係超越咗呢條界線，你就係暴徒。所以香港人呢，我哋喺街如果見到有有啲事情覺得係懷疑嘅，我哋絕對係有權呢去將呢件事舉報俾警察，而警察收到舉報呢，佢哋亦可以名正言順呢去處理呢件事。所以好多時呢，香港嘅歪理呢，大家真係要好好地咀嚼一下。喺呢度，我想舉一個例子呢，我睇喺香港或者睇到嘅事情就係好多商場呢，好多示威者話商場呢係一個私人地方，警察係冇辦法入去嘅。喺呢度呢，我想講解一個少少嘅法律嘅常識，就係冇錯，商場嘅building即係嗰個硬物呢係屬於私人嘅，但係商場入邊呢，因為你門係打開，係任人自由出入嘅，你就搬咗一個公眾地方，所以香港警察入去商場執行佢嘅職務係絕對合情合理嘅。所以慢慢呢，我希望將呢啲咁樣嘅歪理呢，慢慢同大家分享同埋討論，希望能夠多啲人真真正正明白黃絲嗰邊嘅歪理，我哋正常人應該用邊個角度去睇佢哋，同埋點樣回覆佢哋。
Long Beach is a diverse, strong, and beautiful place with good people who have always strived for justice and to make our community better. And so I want to concur and agree with what the chief said. We will get control of the situation. The police department, our partners in the police department, and the National Guard, and our partners at the state are all working together to ensure the safety of our city. And so with that, we will go ahead and take some questions from the press. But to everyone else watching tonight from Long Beach, hang tight, and we are going to work to make sure that we get this resolved and stay safe. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first question is from Jeremiah from the Long Beach Post. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Hi, Chief Luna and Mayor Garcia. Do you have a sense yet of the scope of the damage and injuries? How many places have been looted? How many police officers or protesters or looters have been injured or arrested. And Chief Luna, one thing specifically you said you were prepared for a large protest. But why wasn't there the expectation that this would turn into exactly what we saw tonight with looting, especially after what we saw in LA?
So I'll start. So we're obviously assessing the damage right now. I think what you're seeing from the images on TV, what you're seeing certainly on social media is significant damage to a lot of really great mom and pop.
各位網友，如果閣下對香港而家黃絲嗰邊發出嘅好多無理嘅爭拗嘅問題，如果閣下亦唔知道點樣去回答佢，或者唔知點樣討論嘅，好歡迎大家可以留言喺我呢個頻道，咁我盡量可以的話，就同大家討論一下我嘅睇法係點樣。用一個點樣正常人嘅心態去將佢哋呢啲謬論呢一一去解除。
And that's something that, in my opinion, turned very violent, unfortunately, from a lot of folks that are not part of our community. Chief.
Yeah, to answer the first question in regards to the number of locations that have been impacted on the drive here, I know there's been at least 7 or 8 different locations that had been looted. I know that the first reports of looting happened down in the Pike area, and our officers responded there. There was the media was covering some of that. Sometimes you get the anger from people saying, "Where are the police?" We were everywhere, but it takes time to get there. When we got there, we gained control of that situation pretty rapidly. But one of the challenges we face is that once you come into an area, you can't give it up. So we're leaving people, and that's where the additional officers come into play. I know right before coming in here, I did another media interview, and I was away from all the television sets, and I was being asked about a Ross store that was being looted, a clothing store. And I know we had officers en route at that time. We'll assess that. The mayor talked about it, whether it's later tonight, early tomorrow. We're in response mode right now. When we start recovering from that, we'll be able to make those counts. The direction from me through our command post is to make as many arrests as we can. That has been very difficult to do at the early stage because we've been getting so many different calls and the officers running around from location to location. So I don't have an exact number of what we have yet. I didn't expect them to be too high, those numbers, early on. But as this night wears on and we start enforcing the curfew and get even more resources than when we have, those numbers, I assure you, will go up. And the mayor said it earlier. If you're coming to this city to involve yourself in either looting or committing crimes or hurting people, we're going to come after you. We're going to put you in jail, and we're going to get you prosecuted. We will not accept this in this city. That's very important. And Jeremiah, I think the other question you asked is, if we're expecting a protest, why weren't we more prepared? We deployed 4 to 5 more times the number of officers that we normally do on a Sunday. We brought in hundreds of officers. And yeah, we're going to debrief this at the end and figure out, should we have brought thousands in? I got to tell you, maybe that's the case, but the expectation was that people were going to protest peacefully. We didn't expect, we knew we're always going to get agitators. We didn't expect this number of, but now we're going to start dealing with it, and we're getting those resources that we need. I think I answered all the questions there.
Yes, thank you very much, Chief. The next question is from Eric from the Press Telegram. Go ahead, Eric.
Hi, my question is, can you say if the people who were arrested, I know you're still sorting out specifics as to, exactly how many, but were many of those people residents not from Long Beach? Were they from outside of Long Beach, as far as you can tell? I remember you mentioned that these people, these looters, are not welcome in our city. So just wondering if that was the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we know already that many of these folks, we don't have all the numbers exactly yet, but we know from just intelligence and from assessing the situation that many of these folks are not from our community, and they are coming from other places. And in fact, many of them go from protest to protest. And so we are aware of that and is being assessed. And I think tomorrow, once we get past the emergency of the moment, we will have more information about exactly who's been arrested and where exactly people are from. Next question.
Thank you, Mayor. The next questions we have are from Jim Rodriguez over at CBS2, and I think we've covered this, but they're asking specifically about, does the city have any statistics? And as we're seeing throughout other areas that have a large number of arrested protesters, what are we doing here in Long Beach? Are we doing anything specifically relating to that?
Well, I think specifically what we're doing is all hands on deck. I mean, we have the entire police department, everyone mobilized, all of our partner agencies mobilized, the National Guard that's on the way.
土旺網友喺呢度，我想補充一下，出嚟強搶東西嘅唔係淨係黑人，唔係黑人冇大嘅出色，而係呢個強搶入邊啦嚇，應該係一群咧低收入嘅人。經過呢一次疫情啦嚇，其實美國已經有好多人失業㗎啦，有好多人係真係冇飯開。當然強搶唔係一個好嘅行為，但係要搞清楚，唔係淨係黑人出嚟搶嘢，而係白人都有份嘅。
Thank you. Stay safe, Long Beach.
All right, you've been listening to the Long Beach press conference. You were listening to the mayor there, Robert Garcia, the last person to start talking. But this city has really they are obviously talking about some of the failures, but they are looking right now at trying to figure out how to keep their city safe. They are getting lots of resources, thanking all their mutual aid. And we're also, our Air 7 HD is live over. You're seeing that in Long Beach.
Yeah,
but
somebody's getting arrested there in Long Beach, which is what they've been talking about.
They said they're going to be making arrests. They expect to make many more arrests tonight if they have to. Let's go to Leanne Suter. She's live in Santa Monica. Leanne.
Oh, we just heard them talk about it in Long Beach, that they're going to be calling the National Guard out to help them in that city. It has already happened here in Santa Monica. Live look behind me here. You can see National Guard members already lined up here in front of City Hall. The crews, the soldiers just getting ready to move in here into the city. This is something we haven't seen. I think the mayor was talking about it yesterday when they said that he had called in the National Guard, that we haven't seen this since 1992 here in the city. As we turn over here to the left, you can see more of the soldiers here that are ready to go. They're waiting to be placed. They have their shields up. They are ready to go. Now, they do not have the power to arrest anywhere within the state here. And we were speaking to the Santa Monica police chief a short time ago. And she said that is not what they're going to be used for here in Santa Monica. They're going to be placed in front of the areas that they want to try to keep clear. I know that they will be positioned in front of the pier. They're going to be positioned in front of City Hall here will be one of the locations. You can see that there are two soldiers here positioned right out front. You can see them right here. One is positioned here, another one farther down the block. Armed National Guards members that are positioned in the city here. So something you have not seen for a very long time here in Southern California, at least on active duty now, being used to help keep the calm and keep the peace throughout the area. As I said, they will be positioned in all kinds of locations. They're trying to strategically place them at locations to try to keep the areas clear. And they will be out here all night, throughout the day tomorrow for some time. You heard Long Beach, though, just saying they will soon be bringing them to their city as well. So they're just getting the members here, the soldiers here, ready to move out throughout the city. So just a very unusual sight to see, something we haven't seen. But armed military members now in place, getting ready to move throughout Santa Monica here. And we'll see where they end up. But if you are in this area at any time from now on through the night into tomorrow, you are going to see them out here in the community doing their part to try to keep everything calm. That is the latest here in Santa Monica. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Leanne, thank you. So if you're keeping score at home, National Guard troops in the city of Los Angeles, in city of Santa Monica, and on their way to the city of Long Beach. And you're looking live here from Air 7 HD at an arrest that's going on in Long Beach. Authorities there very adamant and very energized about the fact that they intend to arrest as many people as they can, both for curfew and for any law-breaking violations in terms of property crimes or crimes against people. Chris Christie over the scene here in Air 7 HD. Chris.
Mark, yeah, this is evidence of that. This is a series of arrests taking place outside of a CVS that we brought you earlier this evening, where looters actually set fire to the CVS at Long Beach Boulevard and East 6th Street here in Long Beach. You can see several Long Beach police units taking 3 people into custody, and they will be processed and dealt with. As you can see, they are taking them into custody as we speak. We were not here when the looting was taking place, but they did manage to get here expeditiously and managed to actually get them coming out and take them in. It's a very challenging thing. You have to feel for all of these officers who have to race to these scenes when they get those calls, just like the mayor and the chief were explaining. So in this case, a good job by these officers getting here very quickly and able to at least catch a few of these looters. Of course, there's a lot more where they came from, and it's going to be a very busy night here in Long Beach. Guys, back to you.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Yes, indeed, it is going to be a very long evening. We've been listening to the chief of police's in Santa Monica and in Long Beach talking about it being a long night. They've obviously, again, they have a lot of mutual aid coming in from many other law enforcement agencies. Everybody's coming together, and you know, you don't always see all the police departments kind of working together as one, but they are working together. It seems like to see the far-reaching.
各位網友好，喺呢個節目咧，我講咗好多次咧，而家美國政府咧已經出動佢呢個國民志願軍。咁至於呢個國民志願軍係乜嘢咧？咁應該可以講翻同我哋中國以前所謂民兵。佢唔係一個專業嘅軍隊嚟嘅，通常參加啲人咧都係有正職，但係佢哋係會有受過呢個軍隊嘅訓練嘅。咁呢次咧，國民警衛軍出嚟咧，最主要嘅用途咧，佢哋係冇資格咧去拘捕嘅，所以佢只係可以協助警方咧，將某個區域啊或者某啲重要嘅地點咧作出一個保護。當然啦，咁大批軍人軍裝嘅人出到嚟，始終都有佢嘅阻嚇作用。而喺美國啦最後一次啦。用到呢啲咁嘅國民志願軍呢，就喺1992年洛杉磯大暴動嘅時候㗎啦。所以呢個就算喺美國都唔係一個好尋常用途嘅方法。
to clean sidewalks in front of damaged buildings, businesses that were to reopen this weekend and provide jobs for people who haven't had a paycheck, folks who have cleared graffiti off of synagogues, who want to reclaim their neighborhoods. We've seen people peacefully protest and refuse to let a pure message of nonviolence become co-opted by those who think that violence is the answer. It is never the answer. And we've seen people follow the lead of a great hero, John Lewis, who called on this nation this weekend to be constructive, not destructive, to follow the footsteps of Dr. King, to bend the arc of history towards justice, to march peacefully and powerfully for freedom and equality, and to meet hate with hope. You see, we are a great city, and we are at our greatest when we are a good city. We can be a great country, and we are our greatest when we're a good country. And we have the capacity, each one of us, to be great people, but only when we are good people. As we wrestle with the demons of racism and brutality, as we see violence around us, we must find our better angels. And I know that we will. So please, stay safe and observe the curfew. Please go home and stay there. And may strength and love for one another guide us. As always, Los Angeles.
All right, you were just listening to Mayor Eric Garcetti speaking to all of us moments ago. We're going to go to Veronica Miracle. She's live in our Content Command Center with video from one of our sister stations in the Bay Area of looters brawling over stolen merchandise. It was all caught on camera. Veronica?
That's exactly right, Colleen. This video takes place in Walnut Creek, and we're bringing it to you to show you that it's not just here that we're seeing looting. This is all over our state and, frankly, all over the country. Let's take a look at that video there of these looters here in Walnut Creek, and they're just fighting over clothing that one or more of them have stolen, and then you can see them just going at it really in this free-for-all and then taking off. One person there getting into a getaway car, as we have seen throughout Santa Monica and Long Beach, and there they go, another group stuffing as much as they can into the trunk of that car so they can take off after looting that store successfully. You've heard from our leaders that they will be coming to find these people. You have to imagine, though, these are hundreds of people, hours upon hours of video, but you see a clear shot of the license plate of this car right here. So I imagine in Walnut Creek they will be taking note of that. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah.
Well, one thief stealing from another thief, watching them all as they steal and then head off. What we've seen this go around is that people are leaving or heading into neighborhoods in cars and going about in these roving bands and ransacking stores, and they've been pretty successful at it throughout the day. But as night has fallen and as the streets have calmed down, I really think, Colleen, that these curfews seem to be working because they're freeing up police. Now that they're not doing crowd control nearly as much as they had to do earlier in the day, they're freed up now to patrol and look for the people who've been causing all the mayhem.
I agree with you. We're looking at live images from Air 7 HD, and you can see a calmness over the area because the streets are empty. The streets have been empty for so long because of COVID-19. Of course, you're looking at earlier video from today in San Bernardino, where this one was very disturbing. They were stealing from a drugstore and pulling out a safe. But anyway, looking on the left-hand side of the live images, you do see a calmness.
Stanley F， 你好，多謝你留言。你講得啱啊！美國政府咧係唔會同佢自己國民講嘅説話咧，同香港呢班暴徒講嘅。美國政府一向嘅做法就係將人哋對外嘅問題咧擴大，等佢嘅自己嘅人民咧對自己國家嘅問題咧就去減少注意。呢個咧就係已經係一樣咧一向咧就係美國政府所做嘅工作。好似而家佢打壓中國，只不過係特朗普啊繼續連選總統嘅一張牌嚟嘅啫。我哋身為華人，我哋要理性去睇呢個世界。做一個華人唔係一件容易嘅事嚟嘅。
And additional aid from not only from other agencies within the county, but again from the National Guard. A word about the National Guard, about what they're not police officers, of course. They are troops there, and you saw clips in their weapons. They're carrying automatic weapons. There are bullets in those clips. If past is prologue, they certainly were in 1992, and one assumes they are now. The typical procedure when they're called out in this sort of a situation for civil unrest is that the rifles that they carry are modified so that they can't go full automatic. These, of course, are military weapons that are used in a military context, and they can fire them like a machine gun, rapid fire. They're the only folks who can have that around the United States, really. And so those weapons are modified so they can't go full auto. And that they're, of course, to be held in behind police or to support police. In 1992, similar situation. They were deployed. I think it was day 3 of the riot. They were on the streets of Los Angeles, and during the time that they were here, they were involved in 4 incidents, 3 of which involved gunfire. A total of about 20. They actually counted the number of rounds that were fired. There were 20 rounds fired. One person was killed, another person was shot. Both people that drove at them and tried to engage them, and one person was firing at them. So there are bullets in their weapons. This is not just for show, but they are required to, of course, practice restraint. They're not supposed to be. They can't arrest people, and they are there in support of the police.
Absolutely. Well, I think because so many people know what they are capable of doing and what they can do, I think that's why they're so imposing. And when you see them walking around in their formation and just standing there and not saying anything, but all they do is need to have their presence is intimidating enough. And I know when I was driving into work today, I saw it looked like a convoy of these trucks going, and I was surprised because the freeways were empty, and you see them, on the move. So, again, they are there. We see them. They are imposing, and I do think that. It seems like it was.
喺度旁述翻一下剛才畫面嘅一段對話，就係講緊咧呢個國民志願軍喺1992年喺洛杉磯騷亂當中擔任過角色。當時嘅國民警衛軍咧就有開槍嘅。佢哋當時咧發咗好似係16發。就殺死咗1個人，同埋傷咗幾個人嘅。所以呢一次呢，國民志願軍出嚟呢，佢哋係唔會站喺前線同呢啲示威者對抗，因為佢哋手上嘅槍械的確係真槍實彈。另一方面，亦驚呢，如果佢哋嘅槍械俾示威者搶到之後啊，個殺傷力呢，警察係無法阻擋嘅。所以今日睇到呢個國民志願軍所做嘅嘢，同92年喺洛杉磯發生同樣嘅事故嘅角色係完全唔同晒。我相信呢一次呢，就算係美國都好，佢係想盡量減低呢個正面嘅同示威者嘅衝突，係喺許可嘅環境下先作出呢個拘捕，所以喺鎮壓方面呢，我諗好多係暴徒呢亦睇到呢一點，所以話今日就可以將呢件事平息呢，我相信一定係一個好難嘅事。咁始終好多旁述啊，好多信息都係指向呢班暴徒同埋強搶嘅行為嘅。各方各面都係指責緊呢啲暴徒嘅。
We have a curfew underway. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's getting real. All right, so what we're looking at here from Air 7 HD over downtown. Let's see, who's that? I've got to put my glasses on and take a good look at the
LAPD.
Okay, these are LAPD, and behind them or among them are some people who have been arrested. That's yeah. All right, so they are marching some folks who have been arrested for either curfew violation or some other act of lawlessness here. So arrests are being made.
This is on North Los Angeles and East Temple Streets. And they're walking down Temple. Thank you, Michael.
LAPD has made upwards of 900 arrests as of earlier this evening. That was what we were told by somebody from another agency, actually. And we know in the city of Santa Monica, they say they've made hundreds of arrests. They didn't say how many hundreds, but hundreds of people have been arrested. So are they actually, let's see where they're walking them. All right. Oh, this is right. Of course, Temple Street, Hall of Justice. Oh no, Temple and North LA Street. Right. Okay. So they're walking them into jail. And so there's
an image.
Something that we're going to watch and take whatever message from this that you think it implies. But yeah, there's some people being taken to jail here. They're joining the 900 plus others who have been arrested. We know that there were field bookings for a lot of those folks, people who were arrested last night. We were what was described to us as a field booking where they would go to, I guess, a command post. They would be fingerprinted, cited, given a summons, when to appear, and then released, but over a lengthy period of time. It wasn't an immediate, quick thing. We don't know whether this will be similar to that, but some people are being arrested and taken to jail by LA police.
Well, I think that this is going to be something we're going to be seeing more of this evening. 900 arrests earlier was the last figure. It'll be very interesting to see how many arrests are made this evening. But we know that Long Beach said they are not messing around. They're absolutely going to be making more arrests. And we see it. We see that police are still absolutely, they are out in force. This has probably been a very long few days for law enforcement as well.
It has, and a long and a dangerous period for law enforcement. We know of at least 5 LA police officers who've been injured, one of whom suffered a skull fracture. We don't know about other agencies and other departments, what sort of injuries they have suffered. We're not clear yet on what the injuries have been to either demonstrators or looters or any other civilians in this situation, or innocent bystanders. We don't have a tally of that yet. We don't have a tally as yet of the buildings that have been burned or the buildings that have been looted, but it is significant. And no direct tally of the number of police vehicles. They've been targeting police vehicles and setting them on fire, but you know, each one of those is worth about $100,000.
Oh yeah, and vandalizing them. And you know, we did hear earlier from the Santa Monica police chief saying that these people are going to be prosecuted. I mean, I wonder how they're going to have to kind of go through, I'm sure, media footage to look at some of the license plates that have been used, because I do think they'll want to send a message. This is not the way to get your message out.
Yeah, well, in 1992, after that uprising, after that riot that occurred after the Rodney King verdict, in the months after that, there were detectives whose sole job was to go through all the news media footage and go through and look at license plates, look at faces, look at people. I think that I think that's the guy that I arrested for this. Or this, you know, we're going to look and see if we can find this guy. And they made a number of arrests in the months after that, using footage that had been broadcast over the air by the various television stations. And that was before HD.
And all the cameras everywhere.
Yep, we got HD now. We got cameras all over the place that are on the outskirts of every building. So every place that gets looted, they're going to be able to look through the video cameras that are there and try to find out, you know, who was in there. And so people are going to get arrested. I think they've gotten away with it. They're sitting at home right now, maybe on a pile of shoes that they stole from the van.
It's something I can hear you.
And protected, it's such a beautiful sight when you see it at night all lit up.
Bathed in blue.
Yes, always. It's just so gorgeous. And then, is that the National Guard?
National Guard vehicle passing.
Well, were protecting it all day, standing there, sort of shoulder to shoulder, flanked, just protecting that building. It will be interesting when you're talking about the video. I think that's them.
That's
there,
them,
right there. Yeah. It will be interesting to see the video, because we have so much more video now than we've ever had before, and seeing the video from inside these stores and what it looks like to see them just being targeted. Wow. Yeah, it'll be interesting.
And it's stunning. Some people are dumb enough to record themselves doing this stuff.
Well,
you just marvel at, you know, here I am, hey, look, I'm stealing this, or here, look at me set this fire, watch me throw this thing at this cop, you know. So people are going to indict themselves.
And they post it on social media.
Sure.
Oh,
so,
absolutely.
And there's going to be a real plethora, a gold mine of information and images available to investigators from every department in Southern California, who will be able to look at it and capture images of people, and they're going to go out and they're going to scoop them up. Maybe not now, today, but in the weeks and months to come, you can bet on it. Because, you know, A, it needs to be discouraged, obviously. B, you know, the situation demands it.
It's against the law. It really is. I mean, I just keep thinking about these poor people who have put so much into their
wow.
I can't figure out what
we've got another camera from another one of our helicopters over a scene, and it looks like this car is just flying. And I don't know if this is a pursuit or not.
But we did see it go through a red light.
It's a pursuit. This is a pursuit of all things on all nights. But look at the speeds. All right, let's see where we are, and let's find out where it is. Who is this?
Chris, are you in this helicopter?
Mark and Colleen, this guy is flying down Venice Boulevard. We looked out the corner of our eye. We were on our way to a report of a fire in Santa Monica, and then my fabulous crew up here spotted a whole bunch of black and whites in code 3 right behind this guy here. He's blowing through every red light, and they are slowing down. They've lost a little bit of ground on him, and I hope they can catch up. But this guy is fleeing from about 5 or 6 LAPD officers who are all heading in this direction. We are now, as he flies through here, we're getting closer to the beach, and he is going westbound straight down Venice Boulevard and not slowing down whatsoever. So regardless of how far back they are, he is continuing to push the pedal to the metal. Of course, we don't know exactly what the want would be here. Obviously, he's speeding. It looks like maybe a Dodge Charger. Maybe a Dodge Charger. I can't quite tell. But he is wrong side. Is he turning off? He's turning off. Slow down. Turning off into an alleyway, and he might be able to lose him. He might be able to lose him. That's a Challenger. That's a Challenger, and I think he's going to lose them. They've probably lost a visual by now. We've got him, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say they don't have time to chase him all over. But now he's on Abbot Kinney Boulevard. He is on Abbot Kinney Boulevard and weaving his way now through the streets of Venice, coming out on...
網友好，剛才咧喺畫面上咧有一段訪問咧同埋旁述咧，值得向大家解釋下嘅。咁主持問到記者咧就話，而家喺洛杉磯呢個強搶嘅行為警方點解咧仲唔能夠即時制止？咁記者提述到咧就話，其實警方咧已經喺好多不同主要嘅地方咧擺好晒呢個攝像機㗎啦，而好多店鋪入邊咧亦有錄影機，所以所有強搶嘅黑暴佢而家可能唔會俾人捉到，但係第二日呢啲影片能夠用到嘅時候呢，就一定可以將佢哋繩之於法嘅。至於而家香港人情形一樣，點解啲黃絲暴徒們咁怕人哋影佢哋相呢？就係其中一樣嘢，就係佢哋怕俾人影到。不過其實佢哋好幼稚，以而家嘅科技技術，就算你蒙住塊面都好。科技一樣有辦法可以將佢認辨得到嘅，所以而家好多黃色嘅區議員唔想阻止政府放多啲呢個錄影鏡頭喺街。其實有呢啲嘢，只係保障大家市民嘅安全。只有做壞事嘅人先會驚俾人影到嘅。
With basically no chance of getting caught.
Wow. Yeah. And the streets were empty. Thank goodness, Chris, because he was driving at such a rapid speed and blowing through all of those red lights. So thank goodness the streets were empty. This one of those where you're hoping it wasn't any sort of violent crime that occurred, and it was who knows why the person was fleeing police, but at least nobody was hurt.
Wow. Well.
Yeah, at least nobody was hurt. The chances were low considering the roads are pretty empty for obvious reasons, and he got away with whatever it was.
Yeah, he sure did, and it's an indicator, the police just cannot, they're overtaxed. This wound through 2 jurisdictions because Marina Del Rey is a sheriff's area, isn't it?
It sure is. Yeah,
right,
he's now he's definitely in LA County Sheriff's territory.
Yeah, he started
but there's just no sign of those. Even as I look out towards Venice, they basically have they've let him go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's amazing.
That's amazing, but you know what? You always have to put the public safety.
Wait a minute. Wait just a second. LAPD now has their helicopter over here, and my fabulous pilot Mitch has just conveyed the information to LAPD. There you see LAPD's searchlight over the Shores apartment complex next door. If he goes right across the street, that'll give him the right apartment complex at least. Unfortunately, though, he is underground. I wonder if maybe they will go ahead and communicate this, at the very least, to the security and that neighboring apartment complex there. That would, and of course, that apartment complex probably has security cameras. So if they can convey the information to that apartment complex security, maybe that's not over. We'll stay on top of it for you. I'll continue to keep an eye. You can see the helicopter circling here. If they do decide to send ground units, we might be able to catch that. So we'll see how long that takes if they do indeed decide to go ahead and pursue it.
Wow. Well, the fact that they initiated the pursuit means they had a real somebody that they were looking at. Given everything that's going on right now, that
it must have been something more than a minor infraction.
Right.
You're right about that, Mark.
Exactly. I would think it's not just a failure to yield, or well, maybe it was, but you know, they definitely wanted this guy for something important.
And this guy was trying to get away.
Boy, he was flying.
Flying.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, we have Air 7 flying, and if we find out more information, we will certainly go back to it as we follow not only this, but the civil unrest that has been occurring. That's an LAPD helicopter right there, flying right now over Marina del Rey, where police officers, LAPD had been pursuing someone in a black Dodge Challenger.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are continuing our ongoing coverage of the widespread protests and unrest through Southern California tonight, and you can catch ABC's Match Game on the localish network channel 7.2, and on these channels on your screen, on Cox at 796, 1133, Frontier 467, Google Fiber 70, Mediacom 520, and Spectrum 1246.
And here are the latest headlines at 10 o'clock. An LA county-wide curfew is in effect running through 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Residents should remain at home and only go out for medical care or if it's essential for your job. A very powerful scene outside LA City Hall tonight. LAPD officers and the National Guard on the steps guarding City Hall from hundreds of protesters who appear to be peaceful.
We saw some more vandalism in Santa Monica and Long Beach today. The front of the Santa Monica courthouse was damaged by protesters as they threw rocks and other objects at the windows and doors. And more looting, dozens of people running into a Vons store and pharmacy in Santa Monica, grabbing what they could. And there was a fire at a nearby building, a total of 9 fires in that city. In Long Beach, incredible video that we saw live here, looters breaking out of a clothing store as police stood by and blocked the entrance, but didn't arrest anyone.
No, and now let's go to Leanne Suter. She is live. She's been live all day in Santa Monica. Leanne?
Colleen and Mark, we're just going to show you what's happening here in City Hall. It's a sight that I have never seen, and it certainly has been years since we have seen National Guards, active National Guards on duty here in Southern California. But this is what you're going to find tonight. You can see them. The soldiers.
喺度旁述一下啦，剛才所有嘅英文旁述，最主要講咧就係喺呢個洛杉磯嗰個宵禁令咧。就會由佢哋當地時間6點咧至第二日早上6點嘅。咁市政府咧就呼籲唔需要出外嘅人士咧，聽日都盡量唔好出嚟。咁政府嗰方面咧都會預計咧，聽日咧陸續都仲會有人出嚟遊行示威嘅。至於喺傷亡數字或者受傷咧。暫時單喺呢個洛杉磯咧就有5個警察咧係受傷嘅，咁其他至於示威者嗰方面嘅死傷咧，暫時就未有咩數字，但係睇落去咧，暫時咧就係警方嗰邊嘅受傷率咧係比呢個示威者多嘅。
Standing guard in front of some of the areas. They'll be able to move those officers out into the field and continue to do their job, trying to clear all of the crowds that continue to gather in the city and to continue doing their routine calls that they are still getting for regular service despite all of these protests. I did see that the chief tweeted that they had essentially 1,000 calls this afternoon. Normally on this time, especially on a Sunday, it would be 200 calls a day. So they had 1,000 911 calls today for help, many of them dealing with the protests and then the looters that ended up going through the city, smashing into so many of the businesses throughout Santa Monica here and causing so much extensive damage. And we know that they have crews still out there, police continuing to work tonight to try to clear the city of any of those stragglers that are still remain here in the area. They are going to be out all night. out in force, they say, to arrest anyone they find, not only looting or trying to steal any more property, but also breaking the curfew. Now, here in Santa Monica, the curfew took effect at 4 p.m. It was the first to take effect in the county, and they started locking it down right away. The chief told us earlier today that they have made hundreds of arrests today due to the curfew violations, due to the looting. So they are definitely trying to get those that are causing any kind of problems. Again, this is what you're going to see if you're in Santa Monica. It's very unusual. We heard Mayor Eric Garcetti when he said that he was calling the National Guard out to help. When he said it the other day that they had asked for the help, that this hasn't happened since 1992. And there's another soldier sitting up at the very front of City Hall. This hasn't happened since 1992 during the riots when, again, the National Guard came out to help. So this is what we are seeing as we are dealing with more of the protests, more of the looting issues that we have been seeing in so many cities across Southern California. For now, things appear to be somewhat quiet. We still hear sirens going off, so I know that they are continuing their efforts here to round up folks that remain out here breaking those curfew rules. Live in Santa Monica, Leanne Suter, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Okay,
Yeah, Mark.
Leanne, thank you very much. We are heading, where are we going? Are we going to Venice or Long Beach? We're going to Venice. Okay, Chris Christie is in Venice. We know that pursuit originated in Venice, so maybe this was where it started. Chris, what are you looking at?
No, unfortunately, this is unrelated, but it is indicative of another concerning fact here in the sense that this is the first sign of looting that we have seen in Venice, south of Santa Monica. So all day long, we've been focused on the looting in Santa Monica and the mayhem that ensued. And by the way, we should reiterate, at this point of the evening, in Santa Monica, there is no more protesting. The protests are long gone. There are no stragglers. The streets are empty. The only thing that is happening right now is, scenes like this. And where we are right now is Main and Rose in the heart of Venice, where LAPD is now taking up shop right in front of the CVS, basically guarding a CVS that has already been looted. You can see the front windows have been completely destroyed. The front door has been completely destroyed. I believe I saw the first tweets about this about 45 minutes to an hour ago. So they've been able to make their way over here. What this does, though, is prevents what we've been seeing over the course of the last 48 hours, where a store, a big box store or a pharmacy or whatever gets looted, and once the entrance is gone, it becomes a center for looting for hours on end until the place is completely empty. So instead of allowing that to happen, LAPD with heavily armed
大家好，喺度旁述下先。經過所有其他台嘅旁述啊、記者嘅採訪啊，今日所有嘅重點呢，都係放喺於呢個強搶呢方面嘅。可能呢班暴徒亦知道呢個國民志願軍出嚟之後，佢哋能夠強搶嘅機會會減低，所以今日佢哋嘅行為啊，反而同對比上嗰幾日啦更加猖狂。猖狂。咁至於而家去到目前呢，好多個唔同嘅城市呢個街道上呢嘅人數已經開始慢慢減低㗎啦。因為始終呢個宵禁令呢係有一定嘅阻嚇作用嘅。
7th Street and Solana Court in Long Beach. No, 7th and Pine, basically. 7th and Pine in the city of Long Beach. And that is, we're going to try to look this up and see what this building is that is on fire. The good news is there are firefighters there that are able to attack the fire, 7th and Pine Street. Let's see if we can find out about it.
Yes, and we were listening to the earlier press conference out of Long Beach where the fire chief was talking about what they were doing to try to make sure that their city can stay safe. But again, at least the fire department is right there on the scene.
The men's suit outlet is what we're being told. The men's suit outlet. And are they? Yeah, they're there. They're dealing with it as best they can. But you can see some pretty significant damage and a lot of smoke pouring out of that place. In fact, you can see, when you can see flame on the roof, that means flame has breached the roof from below. And that's never a good sign.
Absolutely, Mark. And you know that dark smoke, and you know it's we.
喺呢度咧，都係向新嚟嘅網友咧係解釋一下呢次點解美國會有一個咁大嘅騷亂呢？緣故咧就係上個星期一咧，有位黑人先生 Justiceforfloyd 係因為使用偽鈔咧係俾警察拘捕嘅。咁佢使用偽鈔嘅數目咧就係一張20蚊嘅美金。咁佢被捕之後咧就俾警察咧雙手反向背咧就戴上手扣，之後咧就俾壓喺地上。咁最主要咧就係因為咧佢喺地上嘅時候咧，總數有3個警察壓住佢，其中有一位警察咧就喺佢頸部咧用佢嘅大腿壓落去，歷時咧就係6分鐘46秒。喺呢6分鐘46秒裏邊呢，呢位 Justiceforfloyd 先生呢個黑人嘅先生呢，就曾經多次呼叫呢，就話佢唞唔到氣，佢唞唔到氣。但係警察就冇理佢，咁樣呢，佢就之後昏迷，咁啊送院就不治。咁呢個過程呢，當中呢，就有好多人呢將呢個片段錄低，咁就放咗上去呢個社交媒體。有好多人睇咗之後咧，就覺得警察咧係濫用暴力，而加上因為咧係4個黑人警察對唔住4位白人警察對付1位黑人嘅匪徒，所用嘅武力應該係過分，同埋最重要一樣嘢就係覺得係一種種族歧視。咁最初咧呢位Justiceforfloyd 先生過身之後咧，警察嗰方面咧，同埋呢個起訴官呢，就係曾經講過呢，呢4位警察呢係唔會受到起訴嘅，所以由嗰分鐘起呢，所有美國嘅人群啊，呢個民間組織啊，就開始發動咗呢個遊行示威，咁歷時呢已經好幾日㗎啦。喺最高峰嘅時候，曾經有30幾個唔同美國嘅城市呢係發生呢個遊行示威騷亂嘅。最初一個和平嘅遊行示威騷亂呢，後期呢就變成咗有一大班嘅黑暴呢就出嚟強搶同埋大肆破壞。而家警察或者政府嘅對症方法呢，就係因為喺正常情形之下呢，警方係唔夠呢個警力呢去面對呢一次嘅騷亂嘅，所以由琴日起呢，佢哋就要求聯邦政府呢派出呢個國民志願軍出嚟呢幫佢哋合作，去將呢個場面控制嘅。咁國民志願軍呢，主要嘅工作呢，就係協助警察去維持一啲交通秩序啊、疏散人群啊、保護一啲重要嘅政府嘅大樓。因為經過上次嘅教訓呢，最後一次呢個國民警衛軍出嚟嘅時候係1992年。美國洛杉磯又係因為種族歧視呢發生嘅騷亂呢出嚟協助過警察嘅，但係當年嘅做法呢就好不幸呢，因為國民志願軍呢係有曾經發出呢個用過槍械嘅，當時好不幸呢就有1個人死亡，就多人受傷，所以呢一次呢，美國再發出呢個國民志願軍出嚟呢，佢哋今次所做嘅工作呢，同92年係絕對有好大嘅分別嘅。咁再要一提呢，就係最初我講過啦，呢4位警察呢係冇受到呢個起訴嘅，但最後經過多個民間團體啊、人權團體嘅同埋好多人出嚟遊行示威之後呢，嗰一個壓喺呢位 Justiceforfloyd 先生頸部嘅警察呢就被起訴啦，又係告佢呢係3級謀殺或者係呢個誤殺。但係呢個決定呢都唔能夠呢令到美國嘅人民呢得到一個覺得平等嘅 或者合理嘅做法，因為另外3個警察呢，仲依然呢係未受到呢個起訴嘅。咁而家呢件案呢，或者呢個情形呢，已經發到去美國呢個中央法庭啊，或者中央司法機構呢，再去睇下呢，呢3個警察可唔可以起訴？咁暫時就未有消息係點樣。咁其中仲有一樣嘢要提嘅呢，就係警察嗰方面呢，就係話因為呢個 Justiceforfloyd 先生呢本身有心臟病啦，或者其他嘅病徵呢，係令到佢呢個被拘捕嘅時候呢發作，而唔係警察呢用武力呢令到佢身亡嘅。咁而家呢 Justiceforfloyd 先生嘅家人呢，就要求一個叫做 second autopsy， 即係希望做一個第2次公正嘅解剖。咁但係呢個費用呢，就要由Justiceforfloyd 嘅家人呢自己付出，所以好多民眾呢都覺得呢樣嘢係唔合理。咁好多報告今日旁述當中呢，好多人都有提及過美國近年嚟對於呢個白人警察對付黑人種種唔同或者唔平等嘅待遇。其中有一單案呢，就係提到呢，就幾年前呢，有一位黑人嘅先生呢出去跑步嘅時候，唔知點樣呢，就同警察呢發生衝突，就俾警方殺死。而呢整個過程呢，警方就係話呢位黑人先生呢係有事做錯啦，所以佢哋就要開槍殺死。但係整個過程呢，就係有人用錄影帶錄低。咁呢家個錄影呢，就已經發到去俾警方或者當地嘅司法部門，但係遲2個月呢，呢個片呢都仲未曾公開。即係可以證明呢一樣嘢，就係喺美國嘅司法制度下呢，的確存有呢個種族歧視同埋辦事不公嘅情形。所以呢次嘅暴動嘅導火線無可否認係 Mr. Justiceforfloyd 啊，但係最主要深深喺民間嘅怨氣就係呢個種族歧視。所以呢個呢，就係我哋今日睇到美國所發生嘅事。咁第二件事都係要一提嘅，就係本頻道嘅初心去做呢個直播呢，就係想將美國而家發生嘅騷亂啊、遊行示威呢，帶給多啲機會俾觀眾睇到。如果同樣嘅事情發生喺唔同嘅國家，最重要嘅就係我想提嘅就係香港嘅事情。香港呢個騷亂呢已經發生咗成年啦。警察呢往往呢就俾人話係黑警濫用暴力啊，所有一切。而家正好呢就有一個機會呢可以做一個借鏡，睇到喺美國如果發生同樣嘅事情啦美國嘅政府啊、美國警察佢哋會點做呢？就希望呢度呢可以有一個借鏡俾大家去做一個分析自己啊。咁同埋加上呢喺香港係冇一個頻道呢係將美國呢個實事呢係轉播出去，所以本頻道就希望喺呢一個漏洞之下呢，帶俾大家一個即時嘅畫面，能夠睇到美國而家發生嘅事情。可以的話，希望你能夠將呢個直播呢就推介出去俾你朋友。希望多啲人能夠真真正正睇到而家美國究竟發生咩事。好，希望大家多多支持。
We just assumed everyone's going to be standing 6 feet apart, and then you see what happens. The protests happen. At the very beginning, it looked like people were spaced apart, and then it seems like everyone just got really close, and not everybody's wearing masks. They're certainly not. I'm sure not carrying their hand sanitizer around the whole time, but it seems like a lot of people are not necessarily heeding the social distancing and trying to stay safer orders.
Yeah, they're putting themselves at risk and potentially their community as well, but people definitely showing up to protest and demonstrate because they feel that their lives are at risk because of what police have unfortunately done in so many communities across this country. The mayor of Long Beach, Robert Garcia, spoke a short time ago. Here's what he had to say.
Good evening, Long Beach. As we all know, earlier today, we had a few thousand protesters across our city protesting generally peacefully. They were marching up and down Ocean Boulevard, across Alamitos Beach, throughout the downtown, many with signs meeting this moment of anxiety, of injustice, and marching, of course, for George Floyd and the killing that happened that we're all in such pain over. But within a few hours, that peaceful protest turned into something much deadlier, much more violent, and much more dark. What is occurring right now in our city is both heartbreaking and should anger us. The violence, the looting, that is not justice, and that is not peaceful protest. What is happening goes against the values of one of the most diverse cities in our country. I love Long Beach. We love Long Beach. And those that are perpetrating against our city and causing crime and destruction should be ashamed of themselves. I want to let everybody know that we have here tonight, I've got our chief of police, our fire chief, and our city manager who are going to be giving some updates on what we're doing as we go into this evening tonight. We know that the curfew is in effect and people should be at home. You are safest at home, so please, please stay home. What I saw tonight and the type of vandalizing that was happening was unacceptable. I saw the Crush Market, a small mom and pop grocery store owned by two hardworking immigrants that came to this country, that put everything they had into their small bodega and market. I saw that being attacked tonight. Most of these businesses that you're seeing across the city are mom and pop small businesses. People need to focus on what's important, and it's keeping everyone safe tonight. I want to let everybody know that earlier today, we have been working all day, not just with other agencies, but as also the state, to ensure the safety of our community. I had a conversation earlier today with Governor Newsom. The National Guard has been deployed and they are on their way to the city of Long Beach. And we have gone through the process, which happened earlier, of asking for the Guard's support. The Guard, as you know, has a statewide mission. And it's not only in Long Beach where they are currently doing their work. We also not only have our entire Long Beach Police Department and our fire department out trying to take care of the city, but also have other agencies and other policing agencies here as well assisting us. And to all of them tonight, we say thank you and please also stay safe.
我哋要記得好多個嘢，我哋唔會忘記，我哋唔會麻木。我哋最擔心一樣嘢就係香港人麻木，最擔心一樣嘢咧係香港人咧係唔再記得我哋要去爭取嘅嘢。
To the roof, although I don't see any firefighters up there just yet, although they may be, but I don't think they are. Look at all that smoke. It's really coming out pretty thick, and if you tilt down a little bit, you can see the inside of this building has already been gutted. This is the men's suit outlet. It's right next to a very large construction site. Let's go ahead and widen out, and you'll be able to see how close that is. And you know, there's just so many flammable materials on construction sites like that. You really don't want to see it spread. They have fire apparatus out here. I think I'd expect to see a little more. In fact, sure enough, there are more rolling in. You'll see them on the top right-hand corner of your screen in just a second. As I look.
好，大家網友，做一個少少今日美國31號嘅總結先。最主要今日係幾個事情嘅。喺早上咧，好多人咧係出嚟遊行示威，一切咧都係比較平靜同埋有理性嘅。當入夜之後，喺唔好理係東岸西岸，同樣嘅事情都係發生，就係大批暴徒出嚟搶劫。咁警方咧就喺好多個城市咧就已經宣布咗呢個宵禁令㗎啦。 咁今晚呢，呢個宵禁令睇落去呢係有幫助。好多人呢係較早時分呢，喺宵禁令開始嘅時候，有啲城市早到6點已經開始宵禁㗎啦，就好多人呢就已經返回屋企。但係始終有批極端嘅暴徒呢，依然係連續搶劫。咁警方呢，得到呢個國民志願軍嘅合作之下呢，就可以維持到某堆秩序。所以今晚呢，同琴晚所比起上嚟嘅暴力行為呢，就少咗好多㗎啦。咁最主要呢，而家各界人士好所有頻道上啊，呢個新聞上呢，都係指責呢啲暴徒嘅行為。咁睇落去呢，今晚呢就係會早啲收工㗎啦。可以發生嘅事情唔多，因為多數嘅城市嘅街上呢嘅人都已經停低落嚟，冇咁多人㗎啦。咁本頻道就應該過多2分鐘呢就會完結呢個直播。喺直播完之前呢，都係呼籲翻一樣嘢，就係本頻道做呢個直播係想幫香港警察呢有個借鏡。因為喺香港呢，呢個騷亂呢已經進行咗差唔多1年㗎，而警察所做嘅嘢呢係好辛苦，但係受到呢班黑色或者暴徒啦同埋黃絲嘅攻擊，話香港警察所做嘅嘢係幾咁暴力，幾咁濫權。咁借住呢次美國呢個騷亂，咁正好呢可以俾大家呢有一個借鏡或者比較，希望各位網友可以的話，將個直播呢轉送俾其他朋友，或者將個片傳開出去，等多啲人可以睇到喺一個口口聲聲講自己自由民主國家，當佢哋遇到同樣嘅事情之下，佢哋政府又點樣做呢？警察又會點樣做呢？等人哋可以更加了解香港警察面對嘅問題，同埋佢哋嘅辛苦嘅地方。本台咧會繼續做直播嘅，咁直播呢亦會包括香港嘅發生嘅事情。到時嘅方式一樣，我哋希望呢，因為太多傳媒香港喺直播嘅時候講嘅説話太過無理同埋太過歪理，我哋想借住直播第一時間將呢啲歪理駁回同埋解釋清楚。好多謝大家嘅收睇。
Absolutely. I was trying to see if there were more, what businesses might be adjacent to that building, and I couldn't really ascertain other than there might be a temp agency that hires out. But yes, you are looking at those live images right there of the firefight taking place in Long Beach, trying to at least get this. It's a very stubborn fire. So
it is, and they're dealing with a lot of these fires have been stubborn and hard to deal with. But we do it. You know, we watch them and we hope that they can do well and deal with them. To the right, video from earlier this evening, that is Santa Monica, where you had different police agencies all joining Santa Monica PD. There was a big crowd of protesters during the day right outside the pier, at the foot of the pier, and also on Ocean. And those folks got moved around, moved away, and then once the curfew was established, the curfew in Santa Monica, I believe, was set for 6 p.m. tonight, right?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, right.
They were the first ones to have an early one.
They just clamped down on that city.
They really did. I think they did a good job with it, because you still saw it was, had they given it a few extra hours, I don't know what would have happened with that.
The looting was rampant in Santa Monica. We were watching place after place being looted by bands of people, these groups of people in caravans, basically, driving around 2, 3, 4 cars at a time. A bunch of people would pile out, run into a store, grab a bunch of stuff, steal it, and then stuff it into the car and move on to the next thing. And so now what we are told is that the city of Santa Monica has closed off a lot of the access coming into the city. The off-ramps from the 10 freeway